The world is vast, older than our oldest memories, and quieter than most of us can comprehend. Beneath the noise of life, traffic, voices, the rustle of paper, the buzz of machines, there's a deeper silence. It hums like a slow river underneath all things. And in that stillness, something waits. It is not always an answer. Sometimes, it is just a presence, the sensation that not everything must be explained. Humanity has always lived in the soft tension between what is known and what is felt. We map mountains, measure oceans, and chart galaxies. Yet we continue to dream of places that cannot be mapped at all, of ruins no one remembers building, lights that flicker beyond reason, voices that echo where no voice should be. These are not the distractions of superstition. These are the shadows of something else, something older, quieter, and perhaps more patient than us. There is a comfort in patterns, in cause and effect, in numbers, in the way morning follows night. But there is also a certain beauty in the questions that never settle. A beauty in the strange footprints left behind by time, in ruins too precise for the tools we imagine, in names whispered across generations with no known beginning. Not everything must be solved to be meaningful. Sometimes, the question is a destination. Why do some places feel heavier than others? Why do certain stories repeat across continents, as though memory itself is embedded in the earth? Why do so many people feel the same pulse, the same presence, when they stand near forgotten stones or gaze into starless skies? Science reaches, religion listens, but mystery only waits. Tonight, we do not rush toward answers. We walk slowly through the quiet places, the old spaces, and the uncertain edges of the world. We let our breath slow. We let the questions return, not to solve them, but to feel them again. Because sometimes that is all mystery asks of us, that we remember how to wonder. In the vast emptiness of northeastern Siberia, where the land stretches like a frozen canvas of white and gray, there exists a region that the native Yakut people have long avoided. They call it Uluyuchikechik, the Valley of Death. It is not death in the dramatic sense of disaster or flame, but a colder kind, more unsettling. A silence too deep, a stillness that unnerves. Travelers speak of headaches, dizziness, and a strange ringing in the ears long before they reach the place. Animals veer away. Birds fly high to avoid it altogether. Something waits in the ground. Scattered across this silent land are what locals describe as enormous metal bowls, half submerged in the earth, covered in moss and rust but cold to the touch. No one knows who built them, or why. Some believe they were part of an ancient defense system. Others claim they are the remnants of forgotten civilization, or something not human at all. The Yakut legends say these cauldrons hum when no one listens and glow when no one looks. They tell of lights in the sky that seem to dance above them, of figures glimpsed between the trees, tall, lean, watching. There are stories, too, of those who tried to dig them out. Machines would fail without explanation. Blades would warp. Surveyors would fall ill. Time itself seems to behave strangely near these sites. Watches slow down, shadows lengthen, and nights feel longer than they should. Some explorers return with strange burns on their skin. Others do not return at all. What we do know is limited. Satellite imagery confirms the presence of large, metallic anomalies buried beneath the permafrost. But the terrain is unforgiving, and modern expeditions have been sparse and inconclusive. Scientists remain cautious, attributing local illness to swamp gases and radiation pockets. But the locals do not agree. To them, the valley is alive, not in a way they understand, but in a way they fear. One structure is said to be perfectly smooth, like polished bronze, and large enough to stand in. Hunters speak of sleeping in its hollow during a storm, only to wake with vivid dreams and the inability to remember their own names for hours afterward. Others claim that if you place your ear against the metal, you can hear sound, not mechanical, but deep and resonant, like something breathing. The ground surrounding the cauldrons is different too. The grass grows in thick patches despite the bitter cold, and certain plants bloom out of season. Some researchers suggest geothermal anomalies. Others say the soil composition is altered, perhaps by radiation or chemical deposits. But none of this explains the ancient design, the unnatural shapes, or the fact that similar legends exist among nomadic tribes with no known contact with one another. In recent decades, the Russian government has remained largely silent about the region. Files exist but are redacted. A few drone missions have been launched, but their footage rarely reaches the public. Whatever lies in the valley remains quiet, and perhaps it prefers it that way. And so the cauldrons sleep beneath the frost, not rusting, not crumbling, just waiting. Their origins remain unknown, their purpose unclear, but something about them, the silence around them, the way animals shudder at their presence, suggests that they are not forgotten relics. They are reminders, warnings carved in metal, sentinel from another time or another place. It begins not with a sound, but with a feeling, a low vibration in the chest, the subtle tightening of the jaw, a pressure behind the ears. Then, just beneath perception, a hum. It is not heard through the ears, but through the body, not loud, but persistent, like a motor idling far away or a distant train that never arrives. This is a sound known simply as a hum, and for those who hear it, it never stops. The hum has been reported across the world, in places as distant as Taos, New Mexico, and Bristol, England. Yet what binds these reports is not geography, but sensation. Each account describes the same low-frequency vibration, often most noticeable at night, when the world is still and all distractions have gone quiet. For some, it is a mild inconvenience. For others, it is maddening, an unrelenting presence that seeps into sleep, thought, and breath. What makes the hum so unnerving is not just its persistence, but its elusiveness. Microphones cannot record it. Audio experts cannot locate it. Engineers have examined electrical grids, power substations, and water mains, but nothing matches the tone. It seems to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. It bypasses the traditional senses. It cannot be escaped by moving house, or plugging ears, or turning up white noise. For some, it's been with them for decades. In Taos, the phenomenon gained national attention in the 1990s. Scientists descended on the town, eager to measure, to isolate, to diagnose. But despite all the equipment, nothing definitive was found. The hum was real, for those who heard it, but left no trace in the physical world. Some began to suspect psychological causes, tinnitus, anxiety, even mass suggestion. But that explanation faltered when strangers in completely different parts of the world described exactly the same frequency, sometimes even on the same nights. In Bristol, over 800 people filed complaints in the early 2000s. Residents described sleepless nights, increased heart rates, and a pulsing pressure in the skull. Engineers tested nearby factories and shipyards. The military denied sonar activity. No culprit emerged. In Canada, the Windsor hum was blamed on nearby industrial activity until the factories shut down and the noise remained. Some researchers speculate that the hum could be a result of infrasound, frequencies below the threshold of human hearing that can still be felt. These low-frequency waves can be caused by everything from ocean waves to shifting tectonic plates. But again, this theory doesn't explain why only certain individuals are affected, even when standing side by side with others who hear nothing at all. Others look inward. Could the hum originate within the human body itself? A kind of internal resonance that only a few people are sensitive to? Some audiologists believe it may stem from subtle changes in hearing or the interaction of the middle ear with surrounding muscle tissue. But that, too, feels incomplete. It does not explain the geographic clustering or the way new hum zones appear suddenly, almost as if emerging from sleep. For those who experience it, the hum feels less like a sound and more like a presence. It vibrates not just the walls of the home, but the inner walls of the self. Some describe it as alive, reactive, growing stronger with attention, weaker with movement. Others say it feels like being followed by something that has no form, only rhythm. And yet, there is something oddly intimate about the hum. It arrives in the quietest hours, when the body is still and the mind is soft. It is persistent, yes, but not aggressive. It whispers rather than screams. It accompanies rather than attacks. Some long-time hearers say they've grown used to it, even comforted by its presence, like a lullaby in reverse, not to help them fall asleep, but to remind them they are awake. The hum has no source, no direction, no origin story. It is a mystery not of sight, nor of science, but of experience. It asks us not what it is, but why it chooses to stay. There is a forest in Romania where the wind doesn't rustle quite the same, where birds do not sing, and where the trees seem to lean not toward the sun, but toward you. Hoya Botchu is its name, but those who enter often return with none, their words caught behind wide eyes and clenched teeth. It is a forest that watches, not passively, but with a kind of silent intention. Visitors describe it not as a place of danger, but of observation, as if something just out of sight is waiting for you to notice it. Located near the city of Cluj-Napoca in Transylvania, the forest covers a modest stretch of land. Yet what it lacks in size, it makes up for in strangeness. The trees here do not grow like trees elsewhere. Their trunks bend in spirals, twist into loops, or curve back toward the earth as if pulled by some invisible force. Some trees appear scorched, though there has been no fire. Others seem frozen mid-turn, as though startled by something only they could see. The forest floor is soft and uneven, marked not by animal tracks but by patterns of dead grass in perfect circles. There are no birdsong, no insects, no rustling in the underbrush. It is an absence so complete it becomes a presence. And then there's a clearing, a perfect oval of land where nothing grows. No moss, no weeds, no leaves blown in by wind. Soil tests show nothing toxic. The land is fertile, but nothing takes root. It is as if the ground itself is refusing to remember life. People who enter the forest report a strange list of symptoms. Headaches, dizziness, sudden nausea, ears ringing, skin prickling, time warping. Watch you stop. Batteries drain. GPS map spiral in place. Electronics fail without reason, and then begin to work again the moment one steps outside the tree line. Photographs taken in Hoya Botchu often contain shapes and lights not seen by the naked eye. Figures standing in the mist. Orbs suspended in motion. Silhouettes where no shadow should fall. But the most common experience is a sensation of being watched. Not in a paranoid way, not imagined, but deeply physical. It presses between the shoulder blades. It flutters just behind the ear. Some visitors report walking for hours only to find themselves back where they began, as though the paths themselves rearranged while they weren't looking. Others feel something brush against them, soft and cold, only to find nothing when they turn around. The forest gained wider attention in the 1960s when a biologist named Alexandru Sif documented unexplained lights and electromagnetic activity during his studies. His photos, many of which mysteriously disappeared after his death, captured luminous shapes hovering above the canopy and strange distortions in space and light. Since then, paranormal investigators, scientists, and skeptics alike have visited Hoya Botchu, each leaving with more questions than answers. Legends surrounding the forest go back centuries. Some speak of a shepherd who vanished into the trees with 200 sheep, never to be seen again. Others whisper of peasants murdered on the land, whose spirits now roam beneath the twisted branches. Children have entered the forest and re-emerged days later, unharmed but with no memory of where they had been. One girl returned clutching an object no one could identify, a metallic piece etched with symbols not found in any language. Is it the earth itself reacting to a wound long forgotten? A natural phenomenon not yet understood? Or is it something else, something older, watching us as we try to watch it? Hoya Botchu offers no answers. The trees do not speak. The air carries no song. And yet, those who leave never forget its silence. It is not a place of horror, but of questions, of the kind of quiet that asks more than it reveals. You do not visit the forest for answers. You enter it to remember what it feels like to be small, to be watched, to be part of something that does not need to explain itself. And when you leave, the watching does not always stop. Somewhere beneath the endless dunes of the Rub al Khali, the empty quarter of Arabia, lies a city that should not exist. Or perhaps a city that should no longer exist. Uba, the Atlantis of the sands, is a name passed down through centuries, through whispers carried on the wind. A place of immense wealth and sudden ruin. A city that appeared from above, then vanishes when approached. A city lost under sand. In ancient texts, Uba is described as a thriving hub of trade, where caravans laden with frankincense, myrrh, and gold converge under towering arches and gleaming walls. Known to the Greeks as Iram and to Arab chroniclers as a city of pillars, it was said to be ruled by a king whose arrogance invited divine punishment. In time, the stories claim, the ground beneath the city opened, or the sky did, and Uba was buried whole. The desert swallowed it not slowly, but in a single night. For centuries, the story lingered like a mirage, part myth, part warning. But in the late 20th century, modern technology uncovered something strange. NASA satellite images revealed patterns beneath the sand, unusual for a region so barren. Faint lines, caravan routes, converge on a single point. And there, in a remote corner of Oman, near a place called Shiza, lay ruins. Not grand ruins, but traces. A collapsed limestone cavern, stone walls, ancient pottery. Enough to suggest a city once stood there. But the deeper the excavation, the stranger it became. The ground was unstable, as if hiding something it did not want found. Tunnels twisted and collapsed. Stone pillars led to dead ends or opened into empty chambers that seemed untouched by time. Equipment malfunctioned. Data vanished. What was found was not a city, but a memory of one, scattered, fragmented, resistant to explanation. Archaeologists propose that Ubar may not have been a city in the traditional sense, but rather a network of outposts along the incense route. But even that theory frays under scrutiny. The artifact suggests a concentration of wealth and population that exceeds what an outpost would support. And then there's a cavern, a massive sinkhole beneath the ruins, suggesting the city quite literally fell into the earth. Local Bedouin tell a different story. They speak of lights that hover over the sand at night, of strange winds that change direction suddenly, of shapes that flicker just beyond the dune line. Some say the city still exists, but only for those who deserve to find it. Others believe it is cursed, that the sins of pride and greed still echo under the sand, drawing in those who get too close. Travelers who venture into the region report unusual dreams, disorientation, and a lingering sense of déjà vu. Some describe hearing faint music carried on the wind, melodies unlike any they've heard before. Others speak of sudden silence, as if the world itself is holding its breath. Time feels slower there, the light too soft, the heat oddly cold. Despite renewed interest in technological advances, Ubar remains elusive. Ground-penetrating radar finds shapes that defy explanation, only to be reburied days later. Every map is temporary. Every measurement is uncertain. The desert shifts constantly, like a living thing protecting what it has claimed. Ubar may be more than a city. It may be a story, one so strong it reshaped the land around it. Or perhaps it is a scar in the earth, where time folds in on itself and memory becomes rain. Whether real or mythic, the city draws us in because it represents what we fear most. That greatness is fragile, that pride is punished, and that some places, once lost, are not meant to be found again. And still, from the sky, the pattern returns. The lines converge. The shape persists. A city that is not there, but once was, or still is, waiting, just beneath the sand. Beneath nearly 2 miles of Antarctic ice lies a lake that no sunlight has touched in over 15 million years. It has never seen the sky, never felt the wind, never been stirred by seasons. Lake Vostok rests in total darkness, a world sealed off since the time before humankind. Its waters are trapped under immense pressure, warmed slightly by geothermal heat, isolated from every ecosystem known to Earth. Yet something down there stays, something magnetic, microbial, and unclassified. The discovery of Lake Vostok began not with a splash, but with sound. In the 1970s, Soviet researchers studying ice cores near Vostok Station noticed echoes where echoes should not be, signals bouncing as if of liquid rather than solid. At first dismissed as error, the anomalies persisted. In the 1990s, satellite radar confirmed the impossible. A liquid lake, over 4,000 meters below the surface, stretching more than 150 miles in length. A body of water the size of Lake Ontario, utterly untouched. What makes Lake Vostok so extraordinary is not just its isolation, but what it might contain. Without sunlight or surface contact, life here would have had to evolve along a completely different path. No photosynthesis. No atmospheric oxygen. Only darkness, minerals, and pressure. And yet, in 2012, a Russian team drilled down and retrieved the first water samples. What they found was unsettling. Within the icy slurry were bacterial forms unlike any previously catalogued. Some were related to known life. Others were not. Entire genetic structures appeared foreign, hinting at organisms that diverged millions of years ago, or perhaps evolved independently in a world of silence and stone. One particular strand showed less than 90% similarity to any known species on Earth, leading to theories of extreme microbial evolution, or even something more distant in origin. Further mystery surrounds the lake's magnetic readings. Instruments hovering over Vostok detect anomalies, sudden shifts, pulses, and fields that suggest metallic or energetic materials below. Some scientists propose massive mineral deposits. Others whisper of artificial constructs buried in the bedrock. A ridge beneath the lake reflects radar signals strangely, as though hollow. It has no clear geological explanation. What complicates the story further is the secrecy. During the Cold War, Vostok Station was more than a research outpost. Rumors suggest that deep ice drilling was part of classified military research, that unusual materials were recovered and quietly flown out. Some even claim that data from early ice cores were censored after researchers experienced vivid hallucinations, strange dreams of enormous, glowing shapes moving silently beneath the ice. Of course, there are rational explanations. Isolation, fatigue, and the psychological effects of polar winter could play tricks on the mind. But still, the mystery holds. The deeper the ice is drilled, the weirder the results. Instruments behave oddly. Readings spike unexpectedly. Some samples vanish. Others arrive contaminated by unknown compounds. Attempts to study the lake have slowed in recent years, hindered by environmental concerns and the logistical nightmare of drilling through thick, volatile ice. The risk of contaminating a pristine ecosystem or unleashing something ancient into ours weighs heavily. Lake Vostok remains mostly untouched, its secret preserved not by choice, but by circumstance. There is a silence to it all. A heavy, humming quiet that blankets the lake like its own kind of ice. For millions of years, it has existed without witness, its currents looping in darkness, its organisms blinking blindly in unseen shapes. And still, we are drawn to it, not with shouts, but with whispers, because somewhere, deep beneath the frozen continent, a different earth is waiting, one that remembers what the surface has long forgotten, one that lives without light, and perhaps without us. High among the wind-whipped peaks of the Himalayas, where oxygen thins and the clouds drift like slow ghosts, there are places where the dead are returned not to soil, but to the sky. In Tibetan tradition, the body is seen as an empty vessel after death, something to be offered back to the elements, to feed the birds, to rise on the wings of vultures into the endless blue. This sacred rite is known as a sky burial, and for centuries it has been practiced with reverence, silence, and trust in the turning of the world. The body is laid on a flat stone. Monks chant. Rites are performed. Then, skilled ritual specialists, rogipas, prepare the remains. The bones are broken, the flesh offered. Vultures, considered sacred, descend in great spirals. There is no fear, only release. It is a death that does not resist the natural order, a return without resistance. But high on the narrowest cliffs, beyond the reach of ritual grounds, there are sites that do not follow this order. Remote ledges that can only be seen from afar. Jagged ridges where no path leads. There, skeletons are found, not in peaceful repose, but twisted, scattered, and incomplete. Bones wedged into rock as if flung or placed with impossible precision. Skulls cracked in ways that suggest no animal interference. Some seem arranged. Others lie with their arms reaching upward, not folded in prayer, but frozen mid-motion. Monks do not speak of these places. When asked, they lower their gaze. Some say these are the graves of those who died in sin, the cursed, the restless, the ones the mountains themselves claimed. Others whisper of creatures that live in the clouds, that descend at night and steal the breath from the lost. Not spirits, not beasts, but something in between. Watchers, collectors, perhaps guardians of something we're not meant to touch. Expeditions to investigate these sites often end early. Porters refuse to continue. Equipment breaks. Paths vanish in shifting fog. A few climbers have reached the ledges and returned with footage, jagged bones, rust-colored stains on the stone, fragments of clothing decades out of date. One climber, a seasoned mountaineer, was found days later in his tent, unharmed but unresponsive, whispering a single phrase over and over. They were waiting. Some scientists suggest natural causes. High winds, thin ledges, and the behavior of scavengers could account for the distribution of remains. The mountains are dangerous. Perhaps the bodies are simply the result of misadventure. But this does not explain the clean cuts, the way some skeletons appear deliberately posed, or the strange symbols carved faintly into the rock beside them. Symbols not found in Tibetan script or any known language. Locals speak of sky traps, places where the air itself seems to shift, where sound disappears and time bends. Some say they have heard footsteps on the snow when no one else was near. Others recall dreams of great, featherless wings and faces without eyes, standing silently on the ridges at dawn. What haunts these sites is not just death, but the suggestion of something older watching over it. The idea that the mountains are not indifferent, but aware, that they do not merely endure human passage, but choose when and how to answer it. The sky graves remain, high above the ritual fields. They cannot be reached, only seen. Bones rest where no hands could have placed them. And in the thin wind that cuts across the peaks, there are murmurs, not in Tibetan, not in any language we know, but in something deeper, heavier, as if the sky itself remembers. Near the summit of Mount Erebus, one of the few continuously active volcanoes on Earth, the wind never quite stops. It rushes across the barren ice of Antarctica, slicing through silence like a blade. But inside the volcano, beneath the crust of flame and stone, there are tunnels, ancient, frozen, coiled like sleeping things under the snow. And from these tunnels come sounds that no weather can explain. Not rumblings, not cracks, but voices, screams, whispers, something like language stretched and broken by distance. The cave beneath Erebus are carved by heat and pressure, vast chambers where geothermal warmth meets absolute cold. Steam hisses along the walls. Ice shifts in slow, subtle movements. Scientists call the noises ice quakes, vibrations caused by thermal tension and sudden expansion. But those who've entered the tunnel speak of something different. Something with rhythm, something that listens. It begins subtly, a low moan, like wind through a narrow pipe. Then it deepens, rising into a shriek that doesn't echo but bends, as if following the listener's ears. Some describe the sound as human, distorted by pain or time. Others say it resembles no voice they've ever heard, high and clicking, or low and melodic, like something trying to speak without a tongue. In the 1980s, a research team recorded a series of these sounds deep within one of the tunnels. The recordings were analyzed and dismissed as natural phenomena. But years later, when the tapes were reviewed again using modern audio tools, anomalies emerged, harmonic patterns too structured to be random, sequences that resembled language, but none we could recognize. A few researchers noted what they called vocal signatures, layered over the geothermal noise, brief and sharp, like something imitating speech. Not all experiences were auditory. Some explorers reported a presence behind them in the dark, the sensation of being followed through the tunnels even when alone. Lights would flicker, batteries drain without reason. In one documented case, a camera mounted on a researcher's shoulder captured a faint shape, tall, humanoid, slightly bent, standing motionless in the mist before vanishing when the lens refocused. That same researcher refused to re-enter the caves. He would later write, in a private letter, "Something in the ice knew I was there, and it wanted me to listen." The volcanic core of Erebus is one of the most unique in the world. Unlike most volcanoes, its crater contains a persistent lake of molten lava. The pressure, the heat, the charged atmosphere all create a space where known science collides with strange conditions. Some have speculated that the cave acoustics amplify and distort even the smallest sounds. Others believe gases in the air may cause mild hallucinations. Yet this does not account for the consistency of the reports, nor the audio anomalies verified independently across decades. Legend from Antarctica's earliest explorers mention a place near Erebus where compasses spin and silence takes on a weight of its own. Inuit and Maori tales, though originating far from the ice, speak of ancient beings that dwell within mountains of fire and snow, guardians of forgotten knowledge or gatekeepers to realms beneath the earth. Could the caves beneath Erebus be such a place? A point where the crust of the earth wears thin, and something older than humanity stays beneath it? Or is it simply a natural symphony, ice and heat singing in a language we cannot yet translate? Those who return from the screaming cave often say the same thing. It is not the sound that haunts them, but the sense that someone, or something, was waiting for them to hear it. Not a warning, not a threat, just a message. Repeated over and over, like a voice calling through time, hoping someone will finally answer. In the heart of central Australia, where red dust settles into every crack of stone and horizon stretches in all directions like a slow exhale, there was once a town that simply stopped. Not slowly, not over time, but all at once, as if the very idea of it had been erased mid-thought. The buildings remain, some bleached and hollow. Curtains still flutter in windowless frames. Plates of food sit on tables, untouched, fossilized by heat. Radios crackle softly with static, though no power runs through the wires. A town with no name on maps, no people to claim it, and no history that quite makes sense. Travelers who find it do so by accident. A turn off an unmarked road, a misreading of a map, or mechanical failure in the middle of nowhere. They speak of arriving not with excitement, but with a peculiar sense of déjà vu, as if they've dreamed the place before. The silence is deep, not empty, but layered. Heavy. The buildings cast no shadows at midday. Some clocks are stopped. Others spin. The few photographs that exist show a small settlement, a petrol station, a diner, a row of homes, a one-room schoolhouse. All preserved as if the people inside simply stood up and walked away mid-sentence. Meals half-eaten. A book open on a porch step. A chair still rocking. Caught in time. But no footprints in the dust. No signs of panic. No goodbye. Some believe the town was evacuated, quietly and without warning, during the era of British nuclear tests in the 1950s. Maralinga lies not far, by desert standards. Perhaps a blast, or the invisible trail of radiation, forced the government to erase the place. But this theory falters under scrutiny. There are no warning signs, no contamination suits, no documents. And most strange of all, no one remembers the town's name. Not in local council records, not in indigenous oral histories, not even in satellite archives. Others speak of something stranger, that the town did not die, but was forgotten, not by accident, but by force. As if memory itself was extracted, like a tooth, leaving only the shell behind. A psychic wound in the land. Some suggest time behaved differently here, that the clocks didn't stop, but that time itself paused, twisted, and failed to resume. Travelers often report memory lapses, returning home unable to recall how long they stayed or how they found the town at all. Geologists have noted unusual subsurface anomalies beneath the region, shallow caverns that reflect seismic waves oddly, as if filled with fluid or gas. Instruments fail there. GPS signals scramble. Compasses drift. And always the same result. The town exists, but only when no one is looking for it. Those who set out to find it rarely succeed, but those who stumble upon it never forget the feeling it leaves behind. Locals from nearby communities tell old stories of a place cursed by the sky, a settlement that offended the land or the ancestors and was taken back. They say the earth there breathes differently, that at night, the stars above the town flicker strangely, out of rhythm with the rest of the sky. Some have gone searching. Few will return. There is no sign of struggle, no weather damage. No scavengers. Even the desert seems to hold its breath around the edges, as if the world recognizes a place that is no longer meant to be touched. Whatever happened in that forgotten town, it left no witnesses. Only echoes, objects suspended midlife, a radio humming without power, a door that opens in the wind and closes again slowly, like a breath. Some say the town is a glitch in the fabric of reality. Others believe it is a reminder that the past is not as far behind us as we think, and that memory, like time, can be broken, or taken, all left behind like dust on a dinner plate, still waiting for someone to come back and finish the meal. The summer of 1946 brought strange skies to Scandinavia. In the stillness that followed the end of World War II, the northern lakes of Sweden and Finland became mirrors for something the earth had not seen before, streaks of fire cutting across the sky, long silver bodies arcing downward in silence, then vanishing into water without a sound. They came not once, but over and over, sometimes dozens in a single week. The people called them ghost rockets. At first, it was assumed to be leftover wartime technology, perhaps Soviet missiles or German prototypes. The world was still haunted by the shadow of war, and the idea of rogue rockets did not seem impossible. But then, something strange began to emerge. No wreckage, no craters, no smoke trails. Witnesses described the rockets as real, solid, Fast, but every official search came back with nothing. Not even oil on the surface of the lakes. They were seen during the day, sometimes at dusk, and rarely at night. Cylindrical objects, usually silent, moving with a grace that defied what was known of propulsion. Some passed overhead, wobbling slightly like falling leaves. Others plummeted straight down, disappearing into lakes like stones, but with no splash. Fishermen, hikers, and even military personnel all reported the same thing. Something fell from the sky, and then there was nothing. Over 2,000 reports flooded in from across Sweden and Finland that year. The military launched investigations, sometimes cordoning off entire lakes for weeks at a time. Divers searched the lake beds. Planes scouted from above. Sonar was used. Nothing was found, not even mud displaced. It was as if the rockets had dissolved on impact or had never touched the water at all. The theories came quickly. Some said secret Soviet tests, missiles sent too far west. But this theory faded when both the Soviets and the Americans denied responsibility. Besides, the objects did not behave like conventional rockets. They changed direction mid-flight. Some hovered, others glowed. Pilots reported electromagnetic interference in their instruments when flying near sightings. Radios cut to static. Compasses spun. Then came the silence. Government stopped commenting. Files were closed. The sightings continued sporadically into the 1950s, but public attention waned. The war had ended. The Cold War had begun, and there were new fears to tend to. The ghost rockets, once the subject of national headlines, faded into whispers, an unexplained chapter quietly shelved. But some never let it go. In the decades that followed, a small number of researchers and former military officers continued to piece together the puzzle. They noted the precision of the reports, consistent description from people who had never met. They tracked the locations, always near lakes, always in remote areas, always in patterns that hinted at something more than random flight. One theory emerged that the ghost rockets were not crashing, but entering, passing into the lakes like keys into locks, vanishing not from destruction, but through transition. A doorway theory, whispered among the more fringe voices, that the lakes, ancient and deep, held something older than water, something that responds to things that fall from the sky. Local folklore began to re-emerge, older than the rockets, older than flight. Stories of sky spears that fall into the lakes in times of great change, light seen above the water in the middle of the night, shapes gliding silently just below the surface. In Sami oral traditions, some lakes were said to hold the breath of stars, places where the sky and the earth speak to one another. There are no answers. The lakes remain, quiet, unmoving, occasionally stirred by wind, by fish, by the moon. But beneath their surface lies silence, deeper than sound. The ghost rockets left nothing behind. No fuel, no metal, no name. Just a memory of fire in the sky and the stillness that followed. A mystery without debris. An invasion without contact. And perhaps a message without words, sent not to us, but through us and into the water, where it waits. In the remote, wind-carved highlands of Ladakh, where the Himalayas cut jagged silhouettes against an endless sky, there's a stretch of road that defies sense. From a distance, it looks ordinary, cracked asphalt winding through pale, barren hills, framed by the silence of altitude. But then something strange begins to happen. Park your vehicle in neutral, and it moves. Not downhill, as one would expect, but uphill, slowly at first, then with increasing certainty. No engine, no push, just motion where there should be stillness. The place is known as Magnetic Hill, a short, unassuming section of highway between Leh and Kargil. At first glance, it's nothing more than a mild rise in the landscape. But stand there long enough, and the world begins to shift. Motorcycles roll backward when pointed forward. Buses nudge themselves against gravity. Water poured on the asphalt runs the wrong way. Even when watched closely, the sensation remains, an invisible pull, subtle but firm, that contradicts everything we know about how the earth should work. Official signs explain it as an optical illusion. The surrounding hills, they say, are tilted just enough to trick the human eye, making a downhill slope appear as an incline. It's a compelling explanation, logical, neat, easy to test. Surveyors have even confirmed that the road does, In fact, descend very slightly at the point where vehicles appear to rise. And yet, the illusion doesn't explain everything. Instruments sometimes behave oddly here. Compass needles twitch slightly. GPS devices lag, recalibrate, or freeze altogether. Some visitors describe feeling lightheaded or disoriented after only a few minutes in the area, as though the body senses something the brain refuses to process. Birds fly unusually high above the stretch, rarely landing. Locals tell of animals that refuse to cross the road at all, even when led. There have been reports, rare but persistent, of vehicle batteries draining inexplicably, of headlights flickering, of radios turning to static just before the pool begins, and more curiously, of the effect vanishing the moment someone tries to measure it, as if observation itself changes the rules. Cameras catch the movement, phones document the slope, but when pressure is applied, when tools, numbers, and calculations enter the space, the phenomenon dulls, fades, or disappears entirely. Theories range from the practical to the fantastic. Some suggest that underground magnetic deposits could be affecting both vehicles and instruments. Others propose that air pressure or subtle shifts in wind patterns might create drag or lift on certain surfaces. But neither theory explains the consistency. The pull always occurs in the same direction, on the same stretch of road, regardless of vehicle type, time of day, or season. Then there are quieter suggestions that the land itself holds memory, or will, that gravity, as we know it, is not as uniform as we believe, especially in regions shaped by massive geological tension. The Himalayas are young mountains, still rising, still shifting. Could there be unseen forces, tectonic, magnetic, or something stranger, at work beneath the surface? Locals offer simpler stories. They say the road was once the path of a forgotten river, one that flowed against the laws of nature and carried prayers uphill to the sky. Or that something ancient lies buried beneath the earth, drawing metal to it like breath. A magnetic vein in the mountain. Or a doorway. The experience of standing there, watching a vehicle move of its own accord, is both quiet and surreal. There is no noise, no visible force. Just motion where there should be none. A moment that feels as though the earth has slipped slightly out of alignment, if only for a few seconds. Magnetic Hill is not dramatic. It does not scream for attention. But it lingers in the mind, because in a world so carefully measured and mapped, there is something unsettling about a place that doesn't quite agree. Something that works, until you look too closely, and then, like a secret, it closes itself again. Silent, waiting, pulling. In the wide, open stillness of West Texas, where the Chihuahuan desert stretches beneath a dome of sky so vast it seems to fold over the edge of the earth, there are lights that move without reason. They are not headlights, not lanterns, not the reflections of distant towns. They drift, flicker, pulse, glowing orb that appear just above the horizon, dancing in silence across the Mafar plains. For over a century, they have eluded explanation, remaining just beyond reach, just beyond understanding. The phenomenon is known simply as the Mafar Lights. First recorded in the 1880s by cowboys traveling through the region, the lights have become a strange fixture of local lore. Descriptions are consistent across generations. Basketball-sized orbs of white, red, or bluish light that hover, bounce, or drift across the desert in complete silence. Sometimes they appear as a single glowing sphere. Other times, they split into smaller lights, weaving around each other like fireflies caught in a private dance. And then, just as suddenly, they vanish, leaving behind only the memory of their motion. Scientists have come, with cameras and instruments. They have suggested refracted headlights from distant highways. Atmospheric reflections caused by layers of heat and air density. Ball lightning. Swamp gas. But the explanations don't hold. The lights appear even on nights with no traffic, no humidity, no storms. They change position too quickly to be car beams. They follow no pattern. They resist measurement. Observers have stood with binoculars, lenses, thermal scanners, and high-speed film. The lights remain. They shimmer, react, sometimes retreat. When approached, they disappear. Not slowly, but instantly, as if they were never there at all. Hikers attempting to chase them often find themselves walking in circles. Some report the unsettling sensation of being watched. Others describe hearing a faint buzzing, like static, just before the lights appear. Indigenous peoples in the region spoke of ghost fires long before settlers arrived. They believed the lights were spirits of ancestors or watchers from another world. Some said they were warnings, others invitations. In Mexican folklore, similar lights, known as brujas or witches, are said to appear at the edges of trails, luring the curious into places they are not meant to go. Despite attempts to capture them, no video or photograph has ever truly replicated the experience of seeing the lights with one's own eyes. Witnesses speak of their movement as intelligent, responsive. Some claim the lights mimic their gestures or echo their steps at a distance. On certain nights, people driving along Highway 90 have reported lights matching their speed, pacing them from a distance, then veering off into the darkness. In the 1970s, a group of researchers camped for weeks in the desert with infrared sensors, spectrometers, and radio receivers. They recorded fluctuations in electromagnetic fields, subtle shifts in temperature, and bursts of light on spectrographs, but none of it consistent, and none of it replicable. The lights refused to be pinned down. They appeared when they pleased. They vanished without leaving heat signatures or physical evidence. Skeptics still argue for misidentification, distant campfires, aircraft, dust-reflecting headlights. But even they struggle to explain why so many witnesses, over such a long span of time, describe the same characteristics, the same silent grace, the same emotional response: wonder, unease, reverence. What draws people to the Marfa lights is not just the possibility of explanation, but the persistent refusal of one. The lights remain undefined. They have no source, no sound, no trail. They simply are, like a reminder that not everything must be claimed by science or reason, that some phenomena still belong to the world before measurement, the world of stories whispered beneath wide skies. Visitors still gather each evening at the official viewing platform just outside the town of Marfa. They sit quietly, eyes trained on the horizon, waiting. Some nights, the lights appear. Other nights, they don't. But even in their absence, the air feels charged, like something might arrive. Something old. Something that doesn't speak our language, but understands us all the same. And when the lights do come, there's a collective breath held in silence. 1,000 eyes watching something that has never belonged to them. Something that refuses to be captured. Not because it is hiding, but because it chooses to be seen only by those willing to wait. Tucked deep within a quiet fold of the European Alps, far from highways and ski lodges, there's a village that moves at a different pace, or perhaps not at all. Stone cottages cling to steep hillsides, their shutters creaking in the mountain wind. Cobblestone paths thread through pastures where grazing goats still wear bells. To step into the village is to step backward, not into the past, but into something older than time. A place untouched not by choice, but by something less easily named. No wars ever reached the village. No highway was ever built to connect it. Radios buzz with static here. Phones failed to hold a signal. Power lines were strung in the 1960s, but even they flicker unpredictably. Tourists rarely arrive, and when they do, they often leave quickly, with the same old sensation that something here is watching the seconds too closely. At the center of the village stands a narrow clock tower. Its hands are rusted, its bell long since silenced by age. And yet, it remains the most carefully preserved structure in the town. Not because it marks time, but because it refuses to. 3 times in the last 100 years, every clock in the village, mechanical, digital, even wristwatches, stopped at exactly 4:03 a.m. Not slowed, not faded, stopped, as though something had reached in and pressed pause. The first incident came in 1901. Villagers awoke to a strange quiet, a stillness that felt heavy. All the clocks had frozen. Outside, the air carried the scent of ozone, and strange patterns had been burned into the grass on the outskirts, curling spirals like frost but made of ash. Elders spoke of the stolen hour, a time when the sky had trembled and something had passed through. The second event came in 1963. Again, an electrical storm had swept across the peaks. Lightning had arced sideways, low to the ground, and shadows flickered in ways that did not match the angle of light. And once again, every timepiece in the village stopped at 4:03 a.m. This time, a visiting historian sleeping in the rectory claimed to have seen people moving outside his window, not villagers, but figures tall and still, faces hidden, standing near the church doors. When he blinked, they were gone. The third instance occurred in 2007. The night had been warm and clear, until a sudden wind swept down the valley like a wave. Lights flickered, then went out. A crackling hum filled the air. Locals reported vivid dreams of walking through fields lit by a violet glow, of hearing whispers in a language they had never learned but somehow understood. And in the morning, the clocks had stopped. Again, 4:03 a.m. Attempts to study the phenomenon have been brief and inconclusive. Scientists who set up monitoring equipment in the village report strange data, spikes in electromagnetic fields, sudden drops in temperature, interference that corrupts recordings. Most of the instruments malfunction within days. One team returned to find their gear untouched, but all batteries drained, not depleted, but empty as if never charged. The footage they recovered was intact until precisely 4:03 a.m., at which point every device simultaneously shut off. Some suggest that the village lies on a fault line, not geological, but temporal. That the storms act as a kind of ignition, exposing a hidden loop in time, a ripple that causes reality to hesitate. Others believe the town itself is a kind of clock, a device or a marker, built long ago, perhaps not by human hands, that aligns with something we cannot yet name. The villagers themselves speak little of it. They go about their lives quietly, politely turning away questions. When asked about the frozen time, they smile, nod, and change the subject, not with fear, but with a kind of reverence, as if to speak of it directly would invite it back. Some keep their own clocks unwound by choice. Others mark their days by the sun and nothing else. Those who stayed in the village during one of the anniversaries say time feels different there. Slower, heavy, as if minutes stretch wider than they should. Some have even described moments when everything, the wind, the trees, the birds, simply stopped, like the world had taken a breath and forgotten to exhale. The clock tower remains frozen, its hand forever pointing toward a minute that has passed 3 times, and yet never seems to move beyond it. It casts no shadow in the morning light. Moss refuses to grow on its stone. And every so often, someone walking by swears they hear it tick, once softly, then go still again. In a world that races forward, this village waits. Not lost in time, but held by it. A place where the seconds do not march, but pause and listen. Deep within forests where moss carpets the earth and the trees crowd close enough to hush the wind, there are staircases that should not exist. They stand alone, disconnected from any structure, rising cleanly out of the undergrowth as if waiting for feet that never arrive. Stone, wood, even metal, some are straight, others spiral, but always the same, isolated, untouched, and leading nowhere. Hikers speak of stumbling upon them unexpectedly, often miles from any known trail. One moment they are surrounded by nothing but pine and soil, and the next, a staircase appears, as if the forest had exhaled and revealed something it normally keeps hidden. There is no rubble nearby, no foundation, no sign of ruin or collapse. The stairs are pristine, free of moss, leaves, or rot. They seem untouched by time, as though they were placed there yesterday, or centuries ago. Those who find them describe a change in the air. Thicker, quieter. The sound of birds halts. The wind calms. Insects vanish. Some report an odd vibration beneath their feet, a subtle humming through the soles of their boots, as if the earth around the stairs resonates differently. Others feel a pressure behind their eyes, a prickling along the skin, like being watched from a distance that cannot be measured. Most people walk away. Instinct urges them not to climb. Those who do ascend often report strange effects. Time slows. Sounds distort. A few speak of reaching the top step and seeing, just for a moment, something impossible, a landscape that isn't the one they came from. An ocean where there should be mountains. A night sky in full daylight. A forest older than the one they know, whispering in a language made of wind and leaf. There are no official records of these staircases. Park services deny their existence. Some who work in forestry acknowledge them quietly, saying only that it's best not to touch what doesn't belong. In certain regions of the northeastern United States, local legends refer to them as Devil's Steps, places where the boundary between here and elsewhere was thin. In parts of Asia, they are called sky ladders, said to lead to hidden spirits who no longer wish to be found. Attempts to document the stairs often fail. GPS glitches. Cameras overexpose. Compasses lose direction. When coordinates are logged and the place revisited, the stairs are gone, or moved, or different, and they are not limited to one region. Reports have come from the Black Forest in Germany, from the vast taiga of Siberia, from the Rhine forests of Borneo. Always alone, always clean, always resisting decay. Some believe they are remnants of long-lost structures, old hunting lodges, watchtowers, or temples erased by time and reclaimed by the wild. But this fails to explain their condition. Why do they remain while everything else vanishes? Why do they resist moss, rot, even dust? Others wonder if they are architectural artifacts not of the past, but of something outside of time entirely, installations not meant for us, or signals from a world we do not yet understand. A more speculative theory suggests that these staircases are markers, anchor points in the forest fabric, places where the skin between dimensions is thin. That by standing at their base, we are already on the threshold, and by climbing them, even just one step, we begin to move not upward, but inward towards some unremembered place. There are no answers, no signs, no sounds, just stays, patient and silent, rising through the woods toward nothing visible. And yet they stay, not part of the forest, but not separate from it either, waiting, perhaps, not for discovery, but for a return to what no one can say. In the world of known things, a staircase is a path, a connection, a bridge between levels. But here, in the hush of the trees, where roots curl around stone and light falls in filtered beams, these staircases do not connect. They do not lead. They remain, still, out of place, and somehow more present than anything else around them. Beneath the gray waters of the Baltic Sea, where light fades quickly and silence thickens like silt, there is a place that resists clarity. At first glance, it seems like any other patch of northern seabed, cold, dark, forgotten. But below the waves, nestled deep in the sediment between Sweden and Finland, lies something strange, something smooth, circular, impossibly symmetrical, a shape that does not belong to the geology around it. Divers call the Baltic Sea anomaly. Scientists call it inconclusive. But those who have visited it speak of something else entirely, sound. It was first discovered in 2011 by a group of Swedish treasure hunters scanning the seabed for shipwrecks. What they found was not a wreck, but a formation over 60 meters in diameter, with smooth, sweeping edges and sharp right angles, features rarely seen in natural underwater structures. The images they released to the public resembled a massive disk, like a stone saucer half buried in sand. Some compared it to the Millennium Falcon from fiction. Others saw the remnants of something ancient, a temple, a craft, a monument from a time no one remembers. Sonar readings of the site are inconsistent. Standard scans return with strange fuzz, as if something is interfering with the signal. Not a simple blur, but a kind of shimmer, like the image is being deliberately cloaked. Instruments malfunction near the structure. Electrical systems short out. Even compasses behave erratically. When divers descend, their communications crackle with static the moment they approach. And then there is the sound. Divers report hearing faint chimes below the surface, like bells struck gently in the distance. The tones are not loud, but unmistakable, soft, metallic, and layered as if more than one bell is ringing at once. The sounds come without rhythm, without source, and cannot be recorded. Microphones pick up only the hiss of the ocean. But the divers hear them, inside their helmets, inside their heads. The sound isn't constant. It arrives like a tide, rising and fading, sometimes echoing across the seafloor, sometimes pressing close like a whisper. A few had described feeling drawn toward the structure, not by sight, but by vibration. Others report nausea, disorientation, or the odd sense of having heard the chimes before, not in this life, but somewhere deep and unreachable. Attempts to excavate the anomaly have failed. The sediment clings to the structure with unnatural density. Drilling tools overheat. Robotic arms seize up. And each time the team retreats, the site appears unchanged, as if the sea has reclaimed what little was disturbed. No samples have been retrieved. No carvings or inscriptions identified. Just a shape. The impossible shape, resting beneath the water, unmoved and silent, until the bells return. Some believe the anomaly is a natural formation, the product of glacier and time. Others argue it's the remains of a World War II anti-submarine device, or even a sunken piece of industrial debris. But those explanations fall apart under scrutiny. The structure's geometry is too precise, its location too remote from known wartime activity. And then there's a strange magnetic interference, and the sound no machine can detect. More speculative theories suggest the anomaly is a relic of an ancient civilization, perhaps one that predates recorded history, its memory buried not just by time, but by water. Others speak of the possibility that it is not from Earth at all, that it arrived long before us and now sleeps beneath the sea, waiting for a signal. The bells, they say, are not a greeting, but a response. Local legends offer little guidance. The sea in this region has always been cold, restless, prone to sudden fog and unexplainable lights. Fishermen speak of currents that shift without warning, of sonar echoes that return with extra pulses, as if something is listening from below. Some say the anomaly is a tomb. Others believe it is a door. The truth remains hidden. The anomaly continues to resist investigation. The water remains thick. The sonar returns cloudy. And the chimes continue, not loud, not constant, but always present in memory. Those who hear them do not forget. The sound stays with them long after they surface, lingering just behind waking thought. There are many things beneath the sea that we do not yet understand. But the Baltic Sea anomaly stands apart, not just for what it is, but for what it makes us feel. An invitation, perhaps, or a warning. A presence shaped in stone, ringing slowly beneath the waves. Not calling for attention, but simply existing. Beyond sight, beyond explanation, and just close enough to hear. Far beneath the waves of the Pacific Ocean, beyond the reach of sunlight and the memory of land, the water speaks in sounds too deep for the human ear. These are not the calls of whales or the groans of shifting tectonic plates. They are stranger, longer, colder. Echoes that stretch for hundreds of miles, recorded by machines built not to hear nature, but to detect submarines. What they captured instead were questions, long, resonant sounds that defy classification, origin, or understanding. The most famous of these is known as the bloop. First recorded in 1997 by hydrophones placed thousands of kilometers apart, it was a sound unlike anything heard before. A deep, pulsing rise in frequency, lasting for about a minute, loud enough to be picked up across nearly a third of the planet. It was organic in nature, that much was clear. But nothing known, no whale, no squid, no geological activity, could account for the volume. If it came from a living thing, it would have to be larger than any creature we've ever documented. Much larger. The bloop was not alone. Other sounds soon joined it. The upsweep, a series of rhythmic, rising tones that began in 1991 and has continued in a seasonal pattern ever since. The whistle, the Julia, the train, each with its own signature, each appearing suddenly, lingering for a time, then vanishing without explanation. They do not repeat in any predictable way. They do not come from the same place, but they all emerge from the deep, deeper than light, deeper than warmth, where pressure flattens all but the most ancient forms of life. Scientists have offered theories. Shifting icebergs, undersea volcanoes, thermal vents. But none of these explain the patterns, the consistency, or the way some of the sounds carry tones that resemble structure, repetition, pitch modulation, even what could be interpreted as rhythm. And then there is the scale, the sheer volume. Whatever produces these sounds is vast, or it is using the ocean itself as an amplifier. Some researchers suggest that these sounds are the last remnants of ancient geological systems groaning into the modern world. Others believe they may be the voices of unknown species, not just undiscovered, but truly alien in biology and behavior. Creatures that never needed to surface, never encountered us, and have remained in darkness since before we walked upright. Military documents reveal that early Cold War hydrophones detected similar anomalies as far back as the 1960s, but such recordings were classified, buried in acoustic archives meant for strategic defense. Only after the Cold War ended did these mysterious signals become known to civilian science. Even now, not all of them have been released. Some remain redacted, scrubbed, or missing. Those who have listened closely to these sounds describe a strange emotional weight to them. The bloop, with its slow, rising curve, feels almost curious. The upsweep is more mechanical, like breath held and released in long intervals. Julia is eerie, long, mournful, as if echoing through a corridor too wide to be real. Some who have worked with these recordings for years admit to dreaming about the sounds, hearing them at night beneath the ordinary hum of city life. In certain circles, there's a quiet theory, not published, but whispered, that these sounds are not anomalies, but messages. Not intentional, perhaps, but expressions. A kind of deep ocean language we were never meant to hear. Not a language of words, but of presence. A reminder that something else is down there, old enough to ignore us, large enough to be silent, and strange enough to be forgotten by time itself. The ocean is vast. 95% of it remains unexplored. Entire mountain ranges lie beneath the waves. Deep trenches stretch further than Everest is tall. Ecosystems glow with their own chemistry, unconnected to the sun. And in the dark heart of this alien world, the sounds continue. They are not constant. They come and go, like tides of mystery, rising out of blackness, recorded by machines listening in the dark. They remind us that the ocean is not empty. It is full of movement, of vibration, of voices that do not speak but still say something. Something we do not yet understand. And so, we'll listen. Hydrophones drift. Charts are updated. Spectrograms bloom with data. But the answers do not come. Only more sound. More silence, and the sense, always, that beneath the floor of the world, something stays. Something enormous. Something that has always been there, and is only now beginning to make itself known. In the dense, pine-covered wilderness of northern Minnesota, along the roaring rush of the Brule River, there is a place where water vanishes. Not into mist or evaporation, not into a known underground system or visible outlet, but into a hole. A swirling, foaming mouth carved into ancient rock that swallows half a river and tells no one where it leads. Locals call it the Devil's Kettle, and for over a century it has resisted every attempt at explanation. At a glance, the phenomenon appears simple. The Brule River flows steadily until it reaches a split. One side continues downward in a traditional cascade, tumbling over rocks into a lower basin, but the other half spills into a deep, dark pit in the rock and disappears. No matter how much water enters, it never rises. It never overflows. It just vanishes. Scientists have tried to follow it. Brightly colored dyes, small floating markers, GPS track devices, all released into churning mouth. None ever reappeared downstream. No trace. No color. No signal. As if the earth itself had opened up and swallowed them whole. Geologists have speculated that the water could be entering an underground fissure, possibly feeding into an aquifer or rejoining the river through hidden channels deep below the surface. But every probe sent into the kettle has failed to deliver a clear answer. The rock formations in the area are old, hardened, and unlikely to host the kind of porous network seen in limestone regions known for caves. And yet, the water continues to vanish, as if slipping into a fold of the earth not yet charted. Others suggest the kettle may connect to an ancient lava tube or forgotten fault line, a vertical shaft leading miles beneath the crust. If such a tunnel exists, it would have to be incredibly stable and narrow enough to prevent air pockets or pressure anomalies, and yet wide enough to consume thousands of gallons per minute. The math doesn't quite add up, but neither do the results. Then come the quieter theories. That the Devil's Kettle is not a passage into the earth, but out of it. That it is not a well, but a wound. A rupture where reality is frayed, letting matter slip into some other layer of existence. A thinning, a gate, a seam between worlds. This is not science, but folklore, and yet it persists. Some hikers who have sat near the kettle speak of a strange stillness despite the roar. A feeling that the noise of the waterfall is not echoing properly. That time feels different for a few seconds. Others describe the sensation of being watched, not from the forest, but from inside the stone. One woman reported seeing a glimmer within the hole, not light reflecting off water, but something deeper, flickering like an eye. Ojib traditions speak of sacred wells, places where spirits dwell and the earth breathes in. They describe rivers that vanish beneath the land, re-emerging in other places, changed, not just in direction, but in character, darker, wilder. Some elders suggest the kettle was never meant to be found, that it opens only when balance has been disturbed, that it is not a mystery to be solved, but a warning to be respected. In recent years, new attempts have been made to solve the mystery with advanced sonar and subterranean scanning, but nature resists. Equipment shorts out. Readings come back blank or corrupted. Water levels fluctuate without weather patterns to explain them. Still, half the river continues its descent into the unknown, patient and indifferent. There is something unsettling in the certainty of it, in the way the water goes without hesitation, without change in pressure or color, as though it knows the way, as though it remembers where it's going, even if we do not. The devil's kettle does not shout. It does not boil or roar. It simply takes. And in that taking, it leaves behind a quiet question, one not easily mapped, measured, or silenced. A hole in the earth, a vanishing, and perhaps, just beyond reach, a place that remembers a time before rivers had to stay in their beds. In the heart of Liverpool, amid its modern streets and familiar shops, people have reported stepping into another time, not as a metaphor, not as nostalgia, but as a physical, sensory shift. The air changes, the sounds dull, and suddenly the world around them is no longer the present. The city center becomes quieter, older. Cars from another era roll silently by. Shop fronts transform. And just as suddenly, the moment ends. A blink, a breath, and they are back, standing in the same spot, but now surrounded by puzzled glances and 21st century noise. These events are known locally as time slips, and they've been reported for decades, mostly around the area near Bold Street. They are brief, often lasting only seconds or minutes, but their detail is chillingly precise. Witnesses describe the sensation not as a dream or hallucination, but as a crossing, a thin seam in reality pulled slightly open, just long enough to step through. One of the most famous accounts comes from the 1990s, when an off-duty police officer named Frank walked toward a bookstore to meet his wife. As he approached the corner of Bold Street, he noticed things begin to shift. The air felt heavy. The sounds changed. The shop he knew to be modern had transformed into a 1950s women's clothing store, complete with signage, window displays, and mannequins wearing fashions from a different generation. People around him were dressed in outdated clothing, suits and hats, full skirts and gloves. The cars were old, but not dusty. Everything appeared new and functioning. He paused, stunned, then stepped through the doorway of the shop. As soon as he entered, the illusion shattered. The modern bookstore had returned. The mannequins were gone. His wife arrived moments later, confused at his expression. She had seen nothing unusual. Other reports followed a similar pattern. A woman walking near a bakery found herself surrounded by unfamiliar buildings, music playing softly from a radio in a window. The smells were different: coal smoke, baked bread, a hint of machine oil. She noticed the street signs were older, the paint faded, the lettering a style not used in decades. And then she was back, mid-step, holding a newspaper that now bore the correct date. What makes these stories remarkable is not just the detail, but the consistency. Many time slips describe the 1940s and 1950s. The same buildings, the same shop names, the same streetcars. And many occur in the same narrow corridor between Bold Street and nearby Hanover Street. These aren't vague memories. They are structured, spatial experiences, immersive, consistent, and impossible to predict. Skeptics argue that these are simply hallucinations, the mind filling in gaps, layering memory over reality. Some suggest a kind of waking dream triggered by stress or fatigue. Others believe they are misinterpretations of déjà vu, the brain briefly confusing present with past. But this fails to explain the shared details or the physical interaction some witnesses describe, walking through doors, touching objects, even speaking to people who do not respond as expected. A few researchers have speculated that electromagnetic fields in the area could interfere with brain function, creating vivid, persistent illusions. Others point to the deep historical layering of Liverpool, a city where the past is quite literally buried beneath the present, its ruins and cellars still intact, its layout only lightly updated over the decades. Perhaps, they suggest, time is thin in places where memory is thickest. There are stranger theories, that time is not linear, but fluid, a river with eddies and backcurrents, that in rare moments, under the right conditions, the boundaries between then and now can falter. These slips, in that view, are not mental errors, but actual crossings. Not time travel, exactly, but but something older, a fold, a bleed-through, a glimpse. Locals have come to accept the stories, in the way coastal towns accept strange tides and flickering lights over the water. Something is seen, felt, remembered, even if no proof remains. It is not discussed with urgency, but with respect. A friend of a friend, a cousin, a quiet moment that changed nothing, but left behind the impression of something too large to name. And still, they happen. Not frequently, but often enough that the stories continue. A man walks across the street and finds himself alone in an empty city. A child steps into an alley and hears jazz playing from a building that no longer exists. A couple turns a corner and sees gas lamps lit in broad daylight, only to find them gone the next step. What is it about this place, this corner of Liverpool, that holds such temporal tension? Perhaps the city remembers. Perhaps memory itself is not just held in minds, but in streets, in stones, in air. And perhaps, when conditions are right, it remembers loudly enough for us to hear. For just a moment, before letting go, in the faded margins of French historical archives, buried between records of royal decrees and weather observations, there's a peculiar account, brief, disputed, and rarely cited. It tells of a girl named Eleanor, born in 1737 in a small village near Limoges. She was known for her quietness, her pale complexion, and the way she often stared at the horizon as if waiting for something. On the morning of June 3rd, 1752, Eleanor did not wake, and she would not open her eyes again for 37 years. She had gone to bed as usual, after supper, without illness or complaint. Her parents found her unresponsive but breathing, pulse slow, skin warm, no sign of trauma. She was not dead, nor in a coma, at least by any standard known at the time. Her body did not stiffen. Her skin did not wither. Doctors from nearby towns examined her and were baffled. Her chest rose and fell like clockwork. Her face remained serene. She simply slept. Words spread quickly. Some called her a miracle, others an omen. She was moved to a convent, where nuns cared for her body with quiet reverence. They bathed her, trimmed her nails, combed her hair. Remarkably, she did not decay or weaken. Her weight remained constant. Her skin retained color. She neither aged nor changed, a child held in pause. Decades passed. Monarchs rose and fell. Fashions shifted. The countryside changed shape under the weight of time and war. But Eleanor remained untouched. There were whispers that birds never flew over the convent, that clocks ticked slower in her chamber, that flowers left at her bedside did not wilt until removed. In 1789, as the French Revolution swept across the nation and Paris drowned in upheaval, the convent was seized. Soldiers broke down doors, overturned icons, and scattered records. In the chaos, Eleanor stirred. One of the sisters, hiding in a cellar, later testified to hearing a soft gasp, not of fear, but of breath returning after a long journey. She awoke with no confusion. Her first words were a question, asked in the dialect of her childhood. Had the bread been baked? She remembered her last meal, the warmth of the bedsheets, the sound of wind in the shutters, but nothing else. To her, no time had passed. She was still 15. Doctors examined her again. Her muscles were weak but functional, her heart steady, her mind sharp. She recognized her parents' names, though they had long since died. She asked for neighbors who were gone, for places no longer standing. She walked slowly, as though learning gravity anew, but her body showed no sign of age beyond what one might expect for a healthy adolescent. No gray hair, no wrinkles, no brittleness in her bones. Some believed she had been frozen in time. Others whispered of curses, divine punishment, or enchantment. Scientific minds attempted to classify her condition as a form of suspended animation, though no precedent existed. They took samples, recorded her speech, measured her reflexes, but nothing about her physiology could explain what had occurred. She lived quietly afterward, sheltered from public attention. No portrait was painted. No memoir was written. A few handwritten notes remain in convent ledgers, brief entries describing her gentle demeanor, her fondness for sunlight, and her habit of waking precisely at dawn, never a minute before or after. By the time of her second death in 1801, she had aged only 12 years. She died peacefully, in sleep, just as she had once vanished into it. Her grave lies unmarked, though local tradition holds that the earth above it remains soft, even in winter, that birds do not land there, that the air grows still when names are spoken aloud nearby. Most historians dismiss the account as folklore, a tale woven during the uncertainty of revolution. The original convent burned in 1793, and with it, most of the documentation. Only fragments remain. A letter from a nun, a physician's confused notation, a faded baptismal record that notes Eleanor's year of birth with a marginal note, Retinea Levi, 1789. But the villagers remember. Even now, there are those who speak of her softly, as though she might still be dreaming somewhere, and of a room where time once forgot to move forward, holding a single breath for nearly 4 decades, before letting it go. Deep within the core of the Great Pyramid of Giza lies a chamber built not just in stone, but in silence. The king's chamber, rectangular, austere, lined with immense granite blocks, has no decoration, no writing, no idols. Yet those who step inside often describe a presence, not visible, but felt. A hum just beneath the hearing range. A whisper not spoken aloud. A room that seems to listen. For centuries, this chamber has drawn scholars, mystics, and skeptics alike. Not because of what is there, but because of what is not. There is no confirmed burial, no confirmed tomb artifacts. Just a dark granite coffer, slightly too large to fit through any known passage. And surrounding it, walls that absorb no sound, but instead seem to hold it, bend it, shape it, repeat it. Visitors have long remarked on the strange acoustic qualities of the room. A quiet cough echoes like thunder. A footstep rolls off the stone in slow, rounded ripples. Some researchers describe standing in the center and humming a single note, only to hear it sustain and morph into a different tone entirely, as though the room itself is choosing how to respond. In the 20th century, physicists and sound engineers began testing the chamber with modern equipment. What they found was startling. The king's chamber has powerful resonant frequencies, specific tones at which the room vibrates naturally, amplifying and sustaining sound in a way rarely found in enclosed spaces. The granite blocks, each weighing over 70 tons, appear to have been chosen and arranged not just for strength, but for harmony. The sarcophagus, too, resonates. When struck lightly, it produces a deep tone, not musical, but percussive, like the first note of something meant to be heard by more than ease. Some believe it was meant to amplify chants or rituals. Others suggest it may have been used to induce altered states of consciousness through vibration, allowing initiates to hear in new ways. The builders of the pyramid, whoever they were, did not leave behind blueprints, but their knowledge of stone, space, and sound appears far more advanced than conventional history accounts for. The alignment of the pyramid to celestial bodies, the precise placement of shafts and angles, the use of specific materials, all hint at an understanding of resonance, vibration, and frequency far beyond what is expected of ancient engineers. Acoustic archaeologists have proposed that the pyramid was not just a tomb, but a machine, a resonant chamber designed to harness and channel natural earth frequencies. These ideas, while controversial, are grounded in data, the way sound behaves within the chamber, how frequencies seem to intensify rather than decay, how the room hums even in silence. Some researchers have played recorded chants and tones inside the chamber, documenting how different frequencies activate different parts of the room. At certain pitches, the coffer vibrates visibly. At others, the entire space seems to shimmer with sound. Visitors report strange physical sensations, pressure in the ears, a tightening in the chest, a tingling at the back of the skull. Then there are the stories of whispers heard behind one's shoulder, of footsteps when no one else is near, of machines malfunctioning in specific corners, and of dreams, vivid, lucid dreams experienced by those who sleep near the chamber, all involving sound, light, and a presence that never shows itself. What if the ancients understood something we forgot, that stone can carry more than weight, that chambers can be built to speak, and that sound, when directed precisely, can affect the mind, the body, and perhaps even the spirit? The Great Pyramid has stood for over 4,500 years. Its exterior has weathered sand, wind, and time. But inside, the king's chamber remains still, intact, and waiting. Its walls hold more than silence. They hold echo, not just of voices, but of intention. of knowledge once carved not into scrolls, but into vibration itself. And when you stand there, in the heart of stone, and hum just once, softly, you may hear something return. Not an echo, but an answer. Tucked away in the quiet woods of western New York, where moss softens stone and water moves in gentle descent, there is a flame that should not be. It flickers behind a delicate waterfall in Shale Creek, nestled within Chestnut Ridge Park, a small golden tongue of fire that burns endlessly, even as a cold stream pours down over it. Tourists come upon it by accident, rounding a bend in the trail to find water and flame sharing the same space, peacefully coexisting where they should not. Known as the eternal flame falls, this phenomenon has baffled visitors for decades. The flame burns year-round, through rain and snow, flickering gently within a shallow alcove in the shale rock. It dances with a confidence that feels ancient, its presence oddly comforting. Yet there is no visible fuel source. No pipes, no machines. Just flame and stone and falling water. At first glance, the explanation seems simple. Natural gas seeps from the fractured rock below, a phenomenon not unheard of in regions rich with organic shale. The gas rises through fissures, escapes through the rock face, and ignites. A tidy theory. But then come the questions. Geologists who have studied the site agree that gas is present, but in unusually small quantities. The amount of methane seeping from the ground is not nearly enough to sustain a visible flame, let alone one that has been burning consistently for years. Most natural gas seeps are invisible. They disperse quickly or burn out within days. Hey, the flame persists. Even more strangely, the composition of the gas is inconsistent. Some samples reveal traces of ethane and propane, compounds rarely found in significant amounts in shallow rock formations. These gases typically form at much deeper depths, under intense pressure and heat, conditions not present at Shale Creek. It's as if the geology beneath the falls is behaving like a much deeper, older pocket of Earth. Attempts to map the underground structure have met resistance. Ground-penetrating radar produces muddled readings. The rock beneath the falls seems layered oddly, with fractures that lead nowhere and voids that appear, then vanish on repeat scans. The Earth here does not behave predictably. Some believe the gas is coming from an undiscovered source far below, rising through a complex and hidden network of channels. There are stories, too, soft-spoken, shared among locals and hikers, tales of other lights once seen in the woods, of small flickers that dance at dusk and vanish before anyone could approach. Some say the flame was never lit by human hands, that it has always been there, that even in the earliest indigenous stories, the forest was known for its breathing stone, a place where it exhaled fire. Visitors report more than curiosity. Some feel a subtle hum when standing near the flame, not a sound, but a vibration in the chest. Others describe a warmth that extends beyond the heat of the fire, a sensation that something is watching, but not with menace, with memory, as though the place itself remembers being lit and chooses to remain that way. The flame does not consume. It does not spread. It asks nothing and gives no smoke. It simply burns, quietly, behind a veil of falling water. If disturbed, if extinguished by accident or storm, it can be relit with a single match, as if the gas waits just beneath the surface, always ready, always present. And yet, that gas cannot be traced to a known reserve. It should not be there in these amounts, at this depth, with this persistence. Some propose that what we see is not flame as we understand it, but a slow chemical interaction yet to be fully studied. Others suggest that geological time occasionally bends into strange expressions, brief flickers of ancient processes continuing unnoticed beneath our modern world. A remnant of a time when Earth breathed differently, now expressing itself in a quiet, stubborn fire. Or perhaps the flame is a reminder that there are still places in the world where fire comes not from friction or fuel, but from mystery, where elements mix in ways we don't expect, where science reaches, but does not yet grasp. At eternal flame falls, the waterfall continues to fall. The rocks remain still. The air moves gently. And behind it all, in a shallow curve of stone, the fire waits, steady, impossible, and very much alive. In the icy vastness of Siberia, where the land lies frozen for most of the year and the wind carves silence into the snow, there stand monoliths that defy belonging. Towering, angular stones rise from the tundra, isolated, symmetrical, and impossibly balanced. No roads lead to them. No inscriptions mark their purpose. They do not align with any known civilization, and they appear not as remnants of construction, but as statements, quiet, immense presences placed into a world with intent that has long been forgotten. Some are narrow and needle-like, rising straight from the frostbitten earth with geometric precision. Others are flat-topped and rectangular, stacked in unnatural tiers. They are spread across vast, remote expanses of the Arctic Circle, often miles from the nearest settlement. The stones are not native to the areas in which they are found. Some appear to have been moved across great distances. Their surfaces are smooth, but weathered, as if they stood in silence for thousands of years. The indigenous Evenki and Nenets peoples have long known of these monoliths. Their oral traditions speak of the standing bones of the old world, places where the sky touches the earth and time slows. Hunters report losing track of hours while passing near them, even under the short daylight of polar seasons. Animals avoid the sites altogether. Birds never nest near the stones. Even the moss grows sparsely there, as if the land itself hesitates. When explorers attempted to map the locations of these monoliths, they encountered strange interference. GPS signals weaken or scramble near the stones. Digital compasses drift. Batteries drain faster than expected. Some researchers describe equipment behaving normally until within a few hundred meters of a monolith, at which point it begins to fail, only to recover once they retreat. The stones resist classification. Some bear sharp, 90-degree angles that suggest artificial shaping, yet there are no tool marks, no quarries, no settlements nearby. Others seem to have been fused at the edges, as if melted into one another. Geologists studying samples have found traces of mineral compositions unusual for surface stones in the region, high-density crystalline structures more commonly associated with deep earth material or intense heat exposure. Theories range from natural formations sculpted by glacier to remnants of forgotten Arctic cultures, now erased by ice and time. But no artifacts have ever been recovered near the sites. No tools, no pottery, no signs of habitation. Just the stones, standing, enduring, silent. Satellite imagery has revealed more of these structures than previously known. They appear not entirely random in distribution, but not orderly either. Some align loosely with celestial markers, though not consistently. Others form triangles, pentagons, or spirals when connected by invisible lines across the tundra, patterns that resist easy interpretation but suggest some encoded design. A few of the monoliths emit low-frequency hums when wind passes through them, creating tones just on the edge of human hearing. Explorers have recorded these sounds, describing them as a kind of breath, deep, slow, and echoing through the bones. Listening to them evokes a strange emotional response in some, a sudden calm, a wave of melancholy, or the sense of being watched by something vast and ancient. Those who have camped near the stones report vivid dreams, often involving distant lights, icy structures that shimmer and vanish, or unknown languages whispered from high above. Some wake to find their watches stopped. Others find themselves awake before dawn, standing outside their tents without memory of how they got there. The Russian government has made few official statements about the monoliths, though satellite monitoring of the region continues. A handful of independent expeditions have been quietly discouraged from returning. Local guides have grown reluctant to approach the areas, citing ancestral warnings, not of danger, but of forgetting. As one Nenets elder reportedly said, "The stones do not harm you, but they make the world forget you were here." In the end, the Arctic monoliths remain exactly what they seem, massive, still, and unexplained. They are not loud. They do not ask to be seen. They are not ruins, not monuments, not messages. They are presences, standing in the ice, watching the stars rise and fall, long after names and borders have faded. And when we come near, they do not speak, but we listen anyway, and wonder what they remember that we never knew. For centuries, the island of Bamaja sat quietly in the Gulf of Mexico, its reddish cliffs noted by sailors and cartographers alike. Located roughly 100 kilometers north of the Yucatan Peninsula, it appeared on maps as early as the 16th century, small, barren, uninhabited. And yet, its position was fixed, logged, measured. It was a real place. Until it wasn't. In the late 20th century, as modern satellite imagery became more precise and geopolitical tensions over maritime boundaries rose, Bamaja was sought again, not by explorers, but by governments. Its location would affect claims to oil-rich waters. But when surveillance planes flew over its coordinates, they saw nothing. Not a rock, not a sandbar, not even a shadow beneath the waves. The island was gone. Ships were dispatched. Survey teams used sonar, radar, and underwater drones. They combed the sea where Major should have been. The ocean was deep, flat, and empty. No shallow shelf. No reef. No trace of land that had sunk. It was as if the island had never been there at all. But it had. Records from the Spanish Empire noted Major clearly. Nautical charts from the 18th and 19th centuries mark its location with precision. Even 20th century atlases listed. And yet, as of today, Major cannot be found, not by satellite, sonar, or sight. Some suggest the island eroded or sank due to seismic activity, but that theory collapses under the absence of debris. An island, even a small one, leaves traces. Rock, sand, change current patterns. Nothing remains. Others propose cartographic error, that Major was never real, a mistake repeated across generations of map-making. But the consistency of its placement and the volume of documentation argue otherwise. Then come the anomalies. Teams searching the area have reported sudden instrument failure. GPS devices drift or freeze. Depth sounders return static. Radio signals grow faint or bounce unexpectedly. Some divers describe feeling disoriented within minutes of entering the water, a sense of heavy pressure, not just physical, but psychological, as if something old was watching from below, and it did not like being remembered. In 2009, a joint academic and government-funded expedition attempted to settle the mystery once and for all. The team reached the coordinates using military-grade navigation and dropped the sonar array. But every pass yielded blank data, an absence too perfect to be natural. The ocean floor in that region is flat and unbroken, as though it had been smoothed. The deeper question lingered: how can something so consistently recorded vanish so completely? Legends among coastal communities in the Yucatan tell of La Isla Cujuam, the island that sleeps. Stories speak of land that appears only when needed, only to those who do not seek it. Sailors tell of mist that rises without wind, of compasses spinning, of birds that suddenly vanish from the sky. Some believe Major was not destroyed, but withdrawn, hidden, moved, or cloaked. A fringe theory suggests the island was deliberately erased, not by natural means, but by human hands. Conspiracy theorists claim it was destroyed to alter national boundaries and influence control over undersea oil fields. But even that fails to explain the technological failure, the absence of any remains, the sheer silence left in its wake. There is something unsettling about the idea of a place that existed, reliably, geographically, and then chose not to. A landmass that decided to stop being known. As if the Earth itself can redact memory. Some who have searched for Major say the sea changes as they near coordinates. The sky darkens slightly. The wind drops. The water seems to deepen, despite unchanged readings. More than one captain has turned back, citing a feeling of wrongness. Not danger, not threat, just the instinct to leave. Major remains on some old maps, a ghost of certainty. A dot in the sea, printed in ink, drawn from memory. But in the water, it does not return. It does not greet. It does not answer. And so the gulf rolls on, empty where it once held land. The island that appears and vanishes, not sunken, not broken, but simply gone, leaving behind only questions and the faintest whisper on the waves, as if saying, I was here. You saw me. That was enough. In the vast, untamed wilderness of Alaska, beneath the frozen soil and endless sky, there are rumors of something enormous buried in silence. Near Denali, the tallest mountain in North America, where the land rolls in waves of forest and ice, stories whisper of a structure, vast, angular, and deeply hidden. They call it the Black Pyramid, a name spoken more in caution than wonder. It is said to be underground, massive beyond imagination, and older than any known civilization. But it is not ruined. It is not abandoned. It is still active and still watching. The first public trace of a pyramid emerged in 1992 after a seismic event caused by a Chinese nuclear test. American geologists studying the reverberations noticed an anomaly in central Alaska, an unusually large, symmetrical formation underground. The data suggested a structure larger in base area than the Great Pyramid of Giza, yet completely concealed beneath the earth. No surface evidence. No mountains above. Just silence and stone. The event was quietly logged. There was no official follow-up. But shortly after, military activity increased in the region. Helicopter sightings. Restricted airspace. Small aircraft warned away without explanation. Satellite images of the area began returning with corrupted data, or were blurred in specific coordinates. Civilian research teams found that permits delayed or denied. Then came the testimonies. A retired Army intelligence officer claimed the Black Pyramid was real, discovered decades ago and quickly classified. He described it as a technological anomaly, not simply a monument, but a power source or machine. Not glowing or humming, but exerting a constant, low-frequency field that disrupted electronics and subtly affected cognition. A structure that resisted scanning, even with modern equipment. One that seemed to dull memory around it, not instantly, but in strange, cumulative gaps. Local pilots flying near the area reported compass malfunctions and unaccounted for fuel loss. Hikers disappeared in nearby forests, not in large numbers, but in patterns that trace an invisible circle, as if something deep underground was influencing behavior at the surface. Some who wandered close claimed to feel dizzy, disoriented, even emotionally unmoored. A few returned unable to recall why they had gone there in the first place. Those who live in the region, especially among the native Alaskan communities, speak less openly, but with more certainty. Elders mention a sleeping stone beneath the land, a presence that predates their ancestors. Some say the earth is warm in certain places where no geothermal activity exists. Others talk of dreams shared across generations, of tall, dark shapes buried in ice, of voices that speak without sound, of warnings felt rather than heard. Attempt to locate the Black Pyramid with public tools fail. Mapping apps show nothing unusual. Topographic charts describe standard geology. But electromagnetic studies have shown faint distortions, wide bands of interference that don't align with natural formations. Amateur researchers who try to investigate often report missing time, equipment failure, and recurring dreams of descending staircases into pitch-black spaces where the walls seem to pulse. If it exists, no excavation has ever been acknowledged. No photos have surfaced. Yet the story persists, whispered in online forums, passed between retired military personnel, murmured among pilots who refuse to fly over certain ridgelines. The Black Pyramid remains an idea too large to dismiss, but too well hidden to prove. Skeptics call it a hoax, a modern myth born from Cold War paranoia and overactive imagination. They cite the lack of physical evidence, the absence of direct images or credible data. But even they admit something is odd in that region. Instruments misbehave. Wildlife paths curve for no reason. And the land feels heavier there. Whether it is natural, ancient, or something else entirely, the Black Pyramid of Alaska, if real, stands as a monument to the unknown. A structure built not to be seen, but to remain. Not waiting, but enduring. A shape beneath the surface of the world, bending signals, shifting thought, reminding us quietly that not all mysteries rise from the ground. Some are content to sleep beneath it, vast and unknowable, pulling at the edges of memory like a dream that was never yours to begin with. There is a book that no one can read, and yet it feels strangely familiar. Bound in calfskin and filled with looping script that matches no known language, the Voynich manuscript is a riddle with a spine. It sits now in the Yale University Bieniek Rare Book and Manuscript Library, silent beneath glass, its pages yellowed with time. But those who have studied it closely often say the same thing. They feel like the book is studying them. Discovered in 1912 by rare book dealer Wilfred Voynich, the manuscript dates back to the early 15th century. Carbon dating confirms a parchment was made around 1404 to 1438. But beyond its age, little else is certain. The text flows with the rhythm of language, complete with punctuation, repetition, and structure. It is not random, yet no one, not cryptographers, linguists, nor artificial intelligence, has ever translated a single sentence. Its pages are filled with illustrations, strange, otherworldly plants that do not exist in any botanical record, nude women bathing in interconnected pools and tubes that resemble biological structures, astrological diagrams that align with no known star system, shapes that look like cells under a microscope, drawn centuries before such things were seen. And throughout, the text, in a looping script of curves, slashes, and stars that looks almost readable, as if the eye just hasn't learned how to see it yet. Code breakers from 2 world wars tried to decipher it. The NSA tried. AI has tried. Some believe it to be an elaborate hoax, a meaningless code created by a clever mind to frustrate readers. But the consistency of the language, the internal grammar, the visual motifs, all suggest purpose. This is not the work of chance. It is a message, or memory. What unsettles people isn't just that it resists understanding, but that it seems to provoke response. Some readers report a strange sensation while examining the manuscript, a pressure behind the eyes, a warmth in the hands, a pulse in the spine. A few describe dreams that come after viewing it, vivid scenes of gardens that don't exist, of floating women speaking in soft, undecipherable tones, of walking down hallways lit by a soft blue light, turning pages in a language they almost understand. Others speak of déjà vu, the sense that they've seen the symbols before, not in books, but in memory, that they are not learning the script, but remembering it imperfectly, distantly, like a childhood language spoken once and then forgotten. Some psychologists have suggested the manuscript functions like a mirror, its unknown content forcing the brain to search itself, filling in the blanks with fragments of imagination and forgotten thought. That the book doesn't hold meaning, but invites it, that it reads the reader, drawing from the subconscious like a well. But even this theory doesn't explain certain anomalies. Why do people who have never met describe similar dreams? Why do first-time viewers often say they recognize a page they've never seen? Why do researchers report losing track of time while studying the manuscript, reading page after page without absorbing anything, only to wake from the experience hours later, as if from a trance? Some propose that the book is not meant to be read linearly or even aloud, that it may be a form of visual incantation designed to trigger memory, intuition, or something deeper. Others believe it a record, not of a language, but of a consciousness encoded in symbols we've forgotten how to feel. A few fringe theories go further, that the manuscript was not written on Earth, that it is a remnant from a parallel timeline, a relic from a civilization that never intersected ours, except through this one artifact, that its plants are not imaginary, but extinct or alien, that its language is not written for sound, but for thought. Whatever the truth, the Voynich manuscript remains exactly what it has always been, a puzzle that refuses to be solved, a voice that speaks in silence, a story that tells itself without words. It offers no key, no legend, just pages and pages of something that feels alive. And when you look long enough, really look, there comes a moment, brief and almost imperceptible, when it feels like the pages are looking back, not watching, not judging, just remembering, as if you, too, are written in its margins, as if you were always part of the book, and the book is waiting for you to recall what it already knows. High in the Slovak mountains, where dense forests give way to jagged limestone cliffs and the land folds into shadows older than maps, there's a story whispered among locals and passed down in fragments. It tells of a shaft, impossibly smooth, carved into solid rock deep within the earth, a vertical tunnel so precise it seems made not by hand, but by something far more exact. They call it the moon shaft, not because of any connection to the heavens, but because its surface shines faintly under torchlight, like frozen moonlight caught in stone. The tale begins with a group of miners in the 1940s, seeking iron ore in the karst regions of central Slovakia. Their tools struck something unusual, not ore, not fault, but a hollow. When they cleared the rubble, they discovered a perfectly round shaft descending straight down, more than 2 meters wide. Its walls were cold and unnaturally smooth, as if carved by a machine with no flaws, no chatter marks, no grain. Just darkness, pulling down like a silent breath. Initial exploration attempts were brief. Ropes and lanterns were lowered, but light vanished quickly into the void. No sound echoed. No wind rose. The depth of the shaft could not be measured by traditional means. Weighted lines stopped returning. And then, the miners began to change. Those who got close to the shaft reported strange symptoms. Headaches, dizziness, a ringing in the ears that didn't fade after retreat. Some described visions, not images, but impressions, cold spaces, floating structures, a presence deep below that felt neither hostile nor kind, only aware. One miner who volunteered to descend a short distance was pulled back up in a panic, screaming that something was crawling along the shaft wall. But nothing was there. Within weeks, the mining site was abandoned. No ore was found. Equipment malfunctioned. Lights would dim inexplicably. 2 men vanished after going back alone, claiming they had to see it again. Only one returned, days later, unable to speak and unable to explain where he had been. His hair had turned white. His skin was cold for weeks. In the decades that followed, efforts to locate the shaft again failed. Some said the mountains had swallowed it. Others suggested it had never existed, a wartime myth, or the hallucination of men under stress. But records exist. Surveyor notes, handwritten maps, faded photographs of miners standing near a circular depression that does not match any known mine in the region. Modern expeditions have attempted to retrace the story. Using satellite imaging, ground-penetrating radar, and old mining records, researchers have narrowed the possible location to a remote, forested region now overgrown and partially protected. But no shaft has been found. Some instruments pick up deep vertical voids in the rock, deeper than natural caves, too symmetrical to be fractures. But every time a team approaches the area, something goes wrong. Equipment fails. GPS signals drift. The forest thickens unnaturally. Trails vanish behind them. Members report vertigo, confusion, even temporary amnesia. One expedition's footage was corrupted entirely, the digital files replaced with looping static and frame freeze, as if the devices had been recording something they were not meant to see. Locals still avoid the area. Older residents speak of nights when the mountains seem to glow slightly, and a dream filled with long tunnels and impossible architecture. Children are warned not to follow certain streams, not to sleep too close to the limestone walls. When asked directly, they shrug. Some holes aren't meant to be opened, they say. Speculation ranges from ancient machinery left behind by a lost civilization to natural formations created by unknown geologic processes. But none explain the precision of the shaft, the way it repels light, or the emotional impact it has on those who approach it. It is not just strange, it is wrong, in a quiet, deliberate way. Some believe the moon shaft is not a tunnel at all, but a seal, a vertical lock holding something within the mountain. Not a place to explore, but a place to leave alone. Others theorize it may be a remnant of some technology we've never encountered before, not built for us, not intended for us, and certainly not meant to be found. Where it leads, no one knows. No one who has gone deep into it has returned with answers. Only fragments. Fear. Silence. The mountain holds its secret. The shaft, if it still exists, lies hidden beneath years of snow, root, and earth. But those who believe it's still there say you'll know when you're close. The air will thin. The sound will dull. And deep beneath your feet, you'll feel a slow, rhythmic vibration, as if something is stirring again, reaching upward through stone, waiting to be remembered. In the quiet town of Westfield, New Jersey, where tree-lined streets wind past well-kept lawns and the air hums with the stillness of suburban routine, there stands a house that was never truly empty, even when no one lived inside. A stately home, spacious and elegant, with white trim and wide windows. On the surface, it was the American dream. But just beneath, something else was watching. It began in 2014, shortly after a family purchased a house at 657 Boulevard. They were preparing to move in, renovating, painting, making plans for the years to come. Then the first letter arrived. No return address. The handwriting was rough, slightly slanted. The message was unsettling. Dearest new neighbor at 657 Boulevard. It read, "Allow me to welcome you to the neighborhood." But this was no welcome note. The letter quickly turned personal, referencing the family by name, listing the ages and nicknames of their children, commenting on the vehicles parked outside. Details that could only have been observed up close, repeatedly. The writer spoke of the house as if it were alive, referring to its history, its past occupants, and its need to be filled with young blood. More letters followed, each more invasive. The writer claimed that 657 Boulevard had been the subject of their family's obsession for generations, that they had watched it in silence, waiting, that the arrival of this new family was something long anticipated. The tone shifted between reverence and threat. There were no direct acts of violence, no breaking and entering, just words. Perfectly timed, precisely aimed, and deeply unnerving. Police were called. Investigations began. The family installed cameras and delayed their move. They questioned neighbors, reviewed footage, scanned the street for anyone watching. But no culprit was found. The letters kept coming, sometimes referencing conversations held inside the house, as if the watcher was listening, or was inside. The handwriting yielded no fingerprints. The postmarks offered no clues. Law enforcement scoured local records, interviewed previous owners, even consulted linguistic profilers. But the identity of the watcher remained hidden. Theories bloomed. A bitter neighbor? A spurned bidder? Someone with ties to the home's past? But nothing could be proven. No charges were filed. The story became national news, its eerie details sparking fascination and dread. The house, once a dream home, now stood as a symbol of unseen menace. The family, unable to live there, filed a lawsuit against the prior owners, claiming they had concealed knowledge of the watcher. The case brought attention, but no resolution. Eventually, the family sold the house at a loss. New owners moved in. The letters stopped, or at least none have been made public since. The watcher fell silent, but their presence lingers in rumor and record. The story has inspired documentaries, articles, and fictional retellings, yet the mystery remains whole. Some believe the entire ordeal was an elaborate hoax, that the family, regretting their purchase, may have crafted the tale themselves. But handwriting experts and forensic investigators found no clear motive, no evidence to support that theory. Others think the watcher was real, a disturbed but clever local who knew exactly how to unnerve without ever crossing the line into criminality. And then there are quieter voices, less often quoted. They speak of the house itself, the way it seems to draw attention, to fixate, to anchor obsession. They point to the strange phrasing in the letters, the almost ritualistic tone, as if the watcher was not simply a person, but a role, one passed down, one inherited, one bound to the property rather than the individual. The house still stands, serene in appearance. Children play nearby. Lawns are trimmed. The sun rises and sets as it always has. But those who remember the letters say the story never truly ended. It just receded, like something stepping back into the shadows, waiting once again. And so 657 Boulevard remains, both home and monument, a place where walls remember, where silence listens, and where sometimes, just sometimes, a letter might still be written, sealed, and sent, and waiting in a mailbox for someone new to arrive. Deep in the lush green of Costa Rica's jungles, among twisting vines and quiet rivers, something ancient rests half buried beneath layers of soil and time. Smooth, round, silent, stone spheres, some small enough to hold in two hands, others as wide as a person is tall, lie scattered across the landscape. They appear in clusters, in lines, in open fields, and sometimes beneath the foundations of ruined structures. Carved with impossible symmetry, without inscriptions or markings, they offer no explanation for their existence, only presence. The spheres were first discovered in the 1930s, not by archaeologists, but by workers clearing land for banana plantations in the Diqui Delta region. As bulldozers rolled in, they struck stone, Not jagged boulders, but perfect orbs. Dozens, then hundreds. The early finds were moved, damaged, even dynamited by treasure seekers who believed gold lay inside. There was nothing, just dense, unmoving stone. What makes the spheres remarkable is their precision. Many are nearly perfect spheres, some measuring over 2 meters in diameter and weighing several tons. They are carved from gabbro, granite, and other hard stones that are not found naturally in spherical form, requiring immense skill and effort to shape. And yet, these stones are often found far from any known quarry. Who made them? How were they transported? Why were they created? No one knows. They are believed to have been carved between 600 and 1000 CE, long before Spanish contact. The indigenous Baruca, Teraba, and other Diki peoples are often linked to them, though their descendants say the stones were already ancient when their ancestors arrived. Oral traditions speak of the old stones, the round ones, but offer few details beyond that. The spheres do not align with Mayan or Aztec traditions, nor with the Incan knowledge to the south. They stand alone, culturally and geographically. Attempts to find patterns among them have raised more questions than answers. Some are arranged in lines pointing to nearby hills or rivers. Others form loose triangles or circles. But no consistent celestial alignment has been confirmed. Unlike Stonehenge or the pyramids, they seem to mark not the heavens, but perhaps something lost within the earth. A few spheres have been found buried beneath layers of sediment and architecture, suggesting they predate the structures built atop them. In one excavation, a sphere was discovered beneath a ruined plaza, as if it had been purposefully hidden, then forgotten. What purpose could they have served? Were they symbols of power or spiritual markers? Were they astronomical devices? Territorial markers? Offerings to gods now unnamed? Theories abound, but no artifacts, bones, or inscriptions have ever been found nearby. The spheres exist in isolation, resisting classification. More than 100 spheres have been documented, ranging in size from a few centimeters to over 2 meters. Their surfaces are often weathered, but the shaping remains clear. No tool marks are visible, and their roundness exceeds what could be expected from simple pounding or grinding. Modern replicas using hand tools have failed to replicate their precision. Some speculate they were created using unknown techniques, or technologies lost over time. Others believe the stones may have been shaped by heating and cooling, though this remains unproven. The jungle has preserved their mystery well. A few fringe theories suggest the spheres were not created by local cultures at all, but are remnants of an older, more advanced civilization now vanished without trace. That they are not symbols, but machines, or messages, or monuments waiting to be read. The Costa Rican government has since protected many of the spheres, and they are now recognized as UNESCO World Heritage objects. Yet many still lie unmapped in the jungle, half-buried, peeking from the soil like forgotten thoughts. There is a calmness about them, a quiet defiance. They do not ask to be understood. They simply remain, smooth, still, and ancient. People who visit them often speak of a strange feeling, not fear, but reverence. The sensation of stepping into something older than history, of standing before an intelligence expressed not in words or statues, but in silence and form. Some say the spheres are meant to be moved, like pieces on a board we no longer know how to play. Others believe they are exactly where they belong, that the jungle grew up around them like a curtain, shielding them until the world is ready to listen again. And so they wait, scattered across Costa Rica's hidden places, a language without letters, a map without destinations, a riddle carved in stone. The answer may never come, but the presence of the spheres remains, a quiet challenge to everything we think we understand about past. Beneath the elegant facades and historic closes of Edinburgh, a different world lies in silence. Shadowed, damp, and tight with age, the city's forgotten underbelly stretches in all directions. Vaults, passageways, hidden rooms bricked up long ago. These are the whispering tunnels. And though stone holds no breath, many who walk these passages say the walls remember how to speak. Edinburgh's underground is a labyrinth born from necessity. As the city grew upward and outward in the 17th and 18th centuries, its ancient streets were buried under the weight of new construction. Bridges like South Bridge and George IV Bridge were built over old valleys and neighborhoods, sealing entire lanes beneath them. Rooms were walled off, stairwells ended in darkness, and the life above simply continued. What was left behind didn't vanish. It merely grew quiet. Over time, myths grew. Tales of plague victims buried alive, of smugglers and witches, of drifters who vanished after descending into the tunnels. But the strangest stories are recent. Modern visitors and guides recount the same patterns: voices in empty corridors, footsteps that echo when no one walks, cold spots that shift and follow. And above all, whispers. Not loud, not threatening. Just a soft voice, close to the ear. Sometimes a name, sometimes a breath. Paranormal investigators have made these tunnels a regular site of study. Sensitive audio equipment has captured sounds not heard during recording: low murmurs, thumps, and occasional chilling gasps. Thermal cameras show shapes where no body stands. EMF readings spike without cause. Some teams leave early, not out of fear, but unease, the sense that they are not alone and not entirely welcome. Visitors often report sudden changes in mood, waves of sadness, anxiety, or confusion. Others describe vivid flashes, not dreams, but visions, of candlelit rooms, of women in soot-stained dresses, of children darting into shadows. One man recounted seeing a figure step through a brick wall, not pass through it, but appear behind it, as if two versions of the same tunnel briefly overlapped. Some skeptics explain it all as a trick of the mind. The tunnels are cold, the air is thin, the acoustics strange. It's easy to imagine things in the dark, they say. Easy to let the brain fill in silence with something more human. And yet, the consistency of these stories, across time, across people who've never met, raises questions that can't be explained by suggestion alone. Certain chambers are worse than others. One vaulted room near the old Cowgate entrance causes watchers to stop. Phones drain without warning. Tall guides speak of guests who step in and immediately grow pale, retreating without understanding why. Another chamber, deeper still, is said to echo in reverse, words spoken bounce back before they are finished. Historians point to the brutal poverty once hidden in these tunnels. Entire families lived in the vaults during the Industrial Revolution, squeezed between damp walls, sleeping among rats and rot. Diseases spread. Children disappeared. And somewhere in those years, the tunnels stopped being just forgotten spaces. They became echo chambers for emotion, sorrow, fear, and whatever else lingers when lives end without peace. Locals treat the tunnels with quiet respect. Some refuse to speak their names after dark. Others leave coins or buttons in corners, small offerings to whoever or whatever might still walk there. No formal religion, just tradition. A way of saying, we know you're still here. The most unnerving encounters come when no one is speaking. When the group stands still, breath held, and the voice comes anyway, from behind, from below, soft and strange. One visitor, alone for just a moment, heard her mother's voice say her name, though her mother had never been to Scotland. Another felt a hand grasp his coat gently, as if to stop him walking further. But no one was behind him. The city above bustles with life. Cafes, music, buses, and the rush of students and tourists. But underground, time flows differently. It lingers. It folds. And sometimes, it forgets to separate the past from the present. For a heartbeat or two, the flicker of a candle replaces the glow of a phone. A sigh echoes louder than footsteps. And the brick seems thinner, as if on the other side, another century is still unfolding, watching us through the cracks. The whispering tunnels of Edinburgh remain open to the curious. But those who descend into their stillness often leave changed, not harmed, not haunted, just quieter, as if a voice followed them back, as if some forgotten wall, for one moment, remembered them too. In a dusty village nestled among the fields of central India, where the rhythms of daily life repeat like quiet music, a little girl began to speak of things no child should know. She described another town, hundreds of kilometers away. She named streets and temples, recalled smells, rituals, and faces no one around her had ever seen. Her family listened at first with bemused affection. Children say strange things. But soon, the stories grew too precise, the names too real. They began to wonder, was this imagination or something else? The girl's name was Shanti Devi. She was born in the 1920s in Delhi into a modest and deeply traditional home. From the moment she could form sentences, she insisted she was not Shanti, that she was someone else. She spoke of a husband, of a family, of a life once lived in a city called Mathura. She said she had died there in childbirth, and she wanted to go back. Her parents tried to soothe her, to explain gently that her memories were dreams. But Shanti would not yield. She refused to answer to her given name. She described in detail the layout of a house she'd never seen, the marketplace in Mathura, even the color of curtains in a home hundreds of kilometers away. She remembered her name from that other life, Luddi Devi. Word of Shanti's case spread. She was still a child, but her clarity unnerved even skeptics. Eventually, her story reached Mahatma Gandhi himself, who formed a committee to investigate. What followed was one of the most rigorously documented cases of possible reincarnation in modern history. Shanti was taken to Mathura by train. It was her first time leaving Delhi. No one guided her. No one showed her maps or photos. But as the train pulled in, she grew visibly emotional. Upon exiting the station, she led the group directly to the home of a man named Kedar Nath. He was a widower of Luddi Devi. When she saw him, she grew shy, almost embarrassed, as if confronting a memory made flesh. She addressed him with familiarity, recounted moments only a wife might know, details of their private conversations, of meals shared, of the day she died. She knew of a well that had been built in the courtyard after her death. She recognized her child, and wept quietly. The family, initially skeptical, began to believe. Shanti named extended relatives. She recalled a specific injury her past self had sustained and where it had left a scar. She knew of family possessions hidden in drawers no one had opened in years. Doctors, psychologists, and scholars questioned her. They tested her story repeatedly. No hypnosis was used. No coaching was detected. She passed every test, not just with accuracy, but with a quiet, unshakable calm, as if she was simply describing yesterday. But it wasn't yesterday. It was a life lived years before her birth. The case ignited public debate. Religious scholars cited the Hindu belief in rebirth as validation. Skeptics offered theories of subconscious imprinting, coincidence, or family manipulation. But no evidence of fraud was found, and no clear scientific explanation emerged. What made Shanti's case different wasn't just the detail, it was the emotional weight. Her memories weren't just factual, they carried feeling. Longing, love, regret. She mourned the child she once held. She honored the man she once called husband, and she never wavered in her conviction that she had lived before. As she grew older, Shanti did not pursue fame. She refused to exploit her story. She lived a quiet life, never seeking attention, never changing the essence of what she had said as a child. The memory faded slightly with time, as all memories do, but the certainty remained. And so a story remains, carefully recorded, often cited, still unexplained. A case that refuses to fade into myth or dissolve under scrutiny. Perhaps it was imagination, perhaps a rare psychological phenomenon. But to those who stood in that courtyard in Mathura, who watched a child recall a life not haze, who saw strangers turn to family in a moment, it felt like something else. Something older. Something true. In the end, the mystery is not whether Shanti Devi was Luddi Devi reborn. The deeper mystery is why some souls remember and others forget. Why, now and then, a thin curtain lifts, and through it, a child steps with eyes that see more than one life allows. She did not ask to be believed. She only asked to go home, far from cities and machines, beneath skies so wide they seem to bend with the weight of silence. The desert begins to sing. In places across the Gobi, the Sahara, and a few other scattered dunes of the world, there exists a phenomenon that science can measure but cannot fully explain. Sand that hums, moans, and roars in tones that drift eerily close to the human voice. It begins when the dunes are disturbed. A slide, a step, or a sudden gust of wind triggers the avalanche of grains, and with it, a sound that seems far too deliberate. Deep, resonant, and sustained, the desert releases a long, echoing note that can carry for miles. To those hearing it for the first time, it does not sound natural. It sounds alive. This is not the rustle of shifting grains or the whine of wind. It is music, of a kind, a natural tone, vibrating between 80 and 105 hertz in some places, which falls in the lower register of the human voice. Other dunes reach into the higher frequencies, producing layered harmonics that shimmer like the tone of a distant choir. The Mongolian Gobi, Morocco's Chebi, and the dunes of Oman have all been known to produce such sounds. And though the sands shift and change with every storm, the music returns. Scientists call them booming or singing dunes, and studies have traced the sound to the synchronized motion of sand grains sliding in just the right conditions. The particles must be nearly identical in size and shape. The air must be dry. The slope, steep enough to trigger a controlled slide. When these grains move together, they rub and bounce in harmony, producing vibrations that amplify one another like an orchestra of tiny drums. But this explanation, while technically sound, does not touch the experience itself. Writers and explorers have spoken of being startled by the sudden song of a dune, as if the earth had begun to speak. The French legionnaires in the Sahara once called it the voice of spirits. Marco Polo, crossing the Gobi, described strange noises at night, as if a company of people, talking and shouting, had come together. Some feared they were being followed. Others believed the desert was warning them away. To stand among the dunes and hear the sand sing is to feel part of something both ancient and alien. The sound does not come from one place, but from the landscape itself, a deep thrumming that seems to rise from underfoot and hover in the air. It pulses in long, sustained tones, often lasting for several minutes. The pitch rises and falls, bending with the angle of the dune and the speed of the slide. No instrument can mimic it exactly. Recordings capture only part of its texture. To be present, to feel it in the chest, is to question how such a vast and empty place can hold so precise a voice. Some researchers have tried to recreate the effect in laboratories. Artificial dunes are being built indoors, their slopes measured and sand calibrated. Controlled slides can reproduce the tone, but never quite the emotion. Something remains elusive in the wild dunes, something unaccounted for in graphs and formulas. Even within science, mysteries linger. Why do only some dunes sing while others remain silent? What determines the exact note each dune produces? Why do the sounds sometimes shift mid-slide, creating a melodic sequence? And why does the sound resemble, at times, the murmur of speech, the hum of chant, or the call of something distant and unearthly? Desert nomads have long woven these sounds into story. In some traditions, the singing is said to be the breath of jinn, spirits that live beneath the sands, stirred by movement or trespass. Others believe it is a memory of ancient caravans, long buried, echoing forward through the grains. A few say the desert sings only when it remembers. There is no clear pattern, no predictable time. The dunes sing when they choose. Sometimes, a whole season may pass in silence. Then one afternoon, under a heavy sun, a single slide begins, and with it, the voice returns. In our search to understand the physical world, the singing sands remain a perfect contradiction, fully explainable, yet utterly strange. We can describe how the sound is made, but not why it stays the human mind in such a primal, intimate way. Why it sounds like breath. Why it sounds like something alive. To walk among these dunes is to walk through a place that sings not for us, but through us, as though the grains carry memory, and vibration is its language. In a world of noise, the song of the desert is a different kind of sound. It does not demand attention. It does not explain itself. It simply waits, quiet, patient, until the wind or wandering foot gives it voice once more. Beneath the emerald canopy of the Amazon, where vines twist like serpents and mist clings to the roots of trees that have never seen a human hand, something ancient is waking. Not beasts or spirits, but stone, pattern, geometry. As satellite-guided lasers sweep across the dense rainforest, invisible to the eye but revealing what lies beneath, the jungle begins to give up its secrets. And what emerges from the green is a city, then another, and another. LiDAR, or light detection and ranging, is a tool unlocking the forgotten world. Mounted on a craft, it pulses light toward the Earth's surface, measuring the reflections and rendering the shape of the land beneath vegetation. In regions once thought untouched wilderness, the scans now reveal sprawling networks of roads, ceremonial plazas, raised causeways, ziggurat-like mounds, and vast canal systems, evidence of sophisticated urban planning hidden under centuries of soil and root. This was not scattered tribal life. This was civilization, coordinated, engineered, and monumental in scale. In southern Amazonia, particularly near the Bolivian and Brazilian border, archaeologists have identified geometric earthworks, circles, squares, and octagons, stretching across hundreds of miles. They align to astronomical positions. They connect to ceremonial causeways, often raised above seasonal floodwaters. Some canals suggest aquaculture, fish farming designed to support dense populations. Others trace the shape of rivers redirected long ago. And yet, these people left no known name. No epic tale etched in stone. No monuments like those of the Maya or Inca. What they built was claimed by the forest, eaten by time. And only now, in the age of light and data, are they speaking again. Local tribes have long told stories that echo the evidence. Myths of sky beings who taught them to shape the land. Of ancient cities swallowed by flood and vine. Of a time when the rivers flowed differently, when the jungle was younger and less wild. These stories were often dismissed by earlier scholars, until the land itself began to speak through the patterns emerging from Ladakh. One recurring legend speaks of the long rain, a flood that did not rage, but quietly rose and never receded. A soft burial by water and root. The people who survived, scattered into smaller groups, forgot the names of their gods, their cities, their science. What remained became story. Modern researchers estimate that millions may have once lived in these regions. The Amazon, far from being an untouched wilderness, may have been a managed forest, pruned and shaped, with certain plants favored, others discouraged. Dark, fertile soil known as terra preta still appears in regions where ancient settlements once stood, suggesting deliberate agricultural planning and soil enhancement. It's not just the structures that matter, it's the ecosystem they designed. And then, they vanished. Not all at once. Not in fire or conquest, but in a slow forgetting. Climate shifts, disease, internal change, or perhaps a conscious choice to let it go. The jungle, ever hungry, took back what had been shaped. The ziggurats crumbled beneath moss. The canals filled with silt. The grid became root. For centuries, explorers passed through these regions without seeing the cities beneath their feet. The trees had won. The myths had gone quiet. And then came the lasers. Ladakh data continues to astonish. Every new survey reveals more. Causeways stretching dozens of kilometers in straight lines, oriented with precision that suggests more than convenience. Plaza complexes that resemble the civic designs of early city-states elsewhere in the world. Waterworks that echo the complexity of Mesopotamian canals or Egyptian irrigation, but with no known precedent in South America. And still, we have no name. We call them geoglyphs, mounds, or ring ditches. But the people who live here may have called them temples, homes, or stars. We may never know their language, their songs, their gods, but their presence lingers, etched into soil that resisted being forgotten. Theories grow in the quiet. Some suggest these were priestly city-states linked by ritual calendars and trade routes. Others wonder if the civilization was wiped out by disease following European contact, long before the explorers themselves reached these areas. Some even speculate these people left deliberately, seeking spiritual renewal elsewhere, abandoning the physical in favor of myth. What makes this mystery so haunting is its nearness. It lies not in deserts or mountains, but beneath one of the most biologically alive regions on Earth. The jungle, in its abundance, became the perfect vault. And as climate and technology shift, more is being revealed every year. The Amazon is not empty. It is laid with roots, with memory, with echoes of minds that map the stars and shape the rivers. Their cities may have had no stone towers, but they were cities nonetheless, filled with ceremony, mathematics, astronomy, and meaning. To fly above the jungle now, watching the ghost grid of a buried world flicker into view, is to feel both wonder and loss. What else have we forgotten? What else still sleeps on the vine and leaf? In the age of satellites and science, the forest still whispers its secrets slowly, not to those who demand answers, but to those who learn to see without sight. In 1929, as workers at the Topkapi Palace Museum in Istanbul carefully unrolled a bundle of old gazelle-skin parchments, they uncovered something that would challenge the history of exploration, cartography, and perhaps even human memory itself. There, etched in delicate inks and annotated with Ottoman script, was a fragment of a world map drawn in 1513 by an admiral named Piraeus. It was elegant, colorful, and partially incomplete. But one portion stood out more than any other, the coastline of a southern landmass. a shape unmistakably resembling Antarctica, centuries before it was officially discovered. More than that, it appeared ice-free. This is a mystery of the Pyre race map, a relic that, in its elegance, raises impossible questions. Created by a respected Ottoman naval officer, the map combines classical knowledge, ancient sources, and first-hand account from sailors, including, reportedly, fragment from charts dating back to the time of Alexander the Great. But it's a southern portion, extending far beyond the known geography of the time, that has left scholars and skeptics alike speechless. The landmass, drawn below the tip of South America, follows the general contours of Queen Maud Land, a portion of Antarctica's coastline that today lies buried under thousands of feet of ice. Yet in Pyre race depiction, it is shown not only accurately shaped, but with what appear to be river systems and a rugged, mountainous terrain, all of which lie hidden today beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. This depiction was centuries ahead of its time. Antarctica wasn't officially sighted until 1820, and even then, its coastline remained obscured by ice and snow. The concept of a habitable, ice-free Antarctica is even more confounding. According to our current understanding, Antarctica has been locked in ice for at least several million years. How, then, did a 16th century mapmaker draw such a thing? Some scholars suggest the map may have been based on far older source material, charts created during a forgotten era when parts of Antarctica were visible, possibly before the last ice age reached its full extent. If true, this would imply the existence of a seafaring civilization with the ability to chart global coastlines tens of thousands of years ago, a concept that clashes directly with the accepted timeline of human development. Others argue the resemblance is coincidence, that the landmass was a speculative guess, the product of geographical myth or misinterpretation of South American contours. But such guesses typically lack the precision seen in the Pyre race fragment. His notes mention using 20 different source maps, including some from ancient Greek cartographers and early explorers whose origins are unknown. The most intriguing detail is that portions of the coastline match not modern surface maps, but seismic profiles taken by researchers in the 20th century, profiles revealing the actual ice-free topography of Antarctica's bedrock. This raises the unsettling possibility that whoever made the original charts, whether Pyre race himself or someone in a far earlier time, had access to data not recovered again until modern sonar and radar systems. And yet, the rest of the map remained consistent with 16th century knowledge. Europe, Africa, and South America are drawn with relative accuracy. The annotations in Ottoman Turkish mention Columbus, offer navigational details, and even note where sea monsters dwell. The mystery lies only in that southern curve, that one stretch of coastline that should not have been known. Pyre race himself claimed no supernatural knowledge. In his marginal notes, he humbly explained that he had compiled the map using older documents, now lost. He praised the precision of the ancient cartographers and lamented how little of their knowledge survived. His tone was scholarly, not mystical. Some theorists have pointed to lost civilizations, Atlantis, perhaps, or an unnamed culture predating Mesopotamia. Others suggest survivors of a cataclysm may have passed down their maps, copying them over generations until fragments reach medieval navigators. A few even wonder whether the map was drawn during a brief interglacial period when the Antarctic coast was temporarily exposed, though such windows, if they occurred at all, lie deep in the prehistoric past. Of course, many scientists remain cautious. The dating of the ice sheet, the geological layers, and climate data suggest no recent thawing capable of revealing such coastlines. Yet the map remains quiet, persistent, and precise. In the years since its discovery, the Pyre race map has become more than a historical document. It is a symbol of the unknown, a reminder that even in our age of satellites and certainty, there are still cracks in the timeline where other stories might live. It has been studied, debated, dismissed, and rediscovered by generations of researchers, and it continues to defy simple answers. Today, the fragment lies in Istanbul, protected behind glass. Visitors walk past it, pausing at the elegant script, the swirling seas, the ornate compass rose. Most do not notice the southern curve, the coastline that shouldn't exist. But for those who look closely, a question begins to whisper, what else did we once know? And forget? The Pyre race map does not insist on a single theory. It offers no prophecy, no explanation. Only a line of ink, centuries old, drawn with calm confidence, charting a world we no longer remember, and daring us to ask how. In the dim hour before sunrise, when the earth is quiet and the wind still carries a smell of cooking fires and wet red dust, old women in Mali sit beneath baobab trees and speak of children who burn without burning, children who glowed under the moonlight, children whose shadows flickered like flame, though no fire touched them. The elders do not raise their voices. They tell the stories gently, as if not to wake something still listening. They are known as the Fire Children, not one, not a tribe, but a pattern, a whisper of something once seen and now remembered in hush and symbol. These children were said to appear in scattered villages across Mali, Ghana, and parts of Niger. Their skin shimmered faintly in the dark. Their breath stirred embers. Their touch, it was said, could light dry leaves. But more than that, they were known for disappearing. Into flame, into light, into something no one could follow. Long before European maps carved straight lines through the continent, the Griots, West African storytellers and oral historians, kept records of people not through ink, but memory. They recited lineages, battles, births, and curses. And within these recitations, too consistent to dismiss as coincidence, were the Fire Children. One tale from a village near present-day Mopti describes a boy named Candy who, during a drought, was caught playing with smoke that curled from his fingers like water. When the elders approached, he smiled, stepped into the shadow of a tree, and never stepped out. His mother claimed to see him for years afterward, always near flame, always just beyond reach. Another speaks of a girl in northern Ghana who would glow faintly at dusk, her skin warm like sunlit stone. She vanished during a storm, leaving behind only a patch of scorched earth. Colonial record keepers, when they arrived in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, often heard these stories and labeled them native myth or folkloric delusion. They documented them under categories like superstition or tribal legend. Yet some entries, buried in margins and field notes, betray unease. One British officer, stationed near Timbuktu in 1907, wrote in his diary about a group of children seen dancing around a fire that did not consume wood. The flames curved like snakes, and none were burned. These are not stories of possession or sorcery, not in the traditional sense. The Fire Children were never feared, only revered. Villagers spoke of them with a strange mix of pride and sorrow. Their births were often accompanied by strange omens, lightning during clear skies, rivers that ran warm, or drums that played themselves. They rarely lived past adolescence. Most vanished, not with screams, but with silence, a shimmer in the air, a flicker, and then nothing. What could explain such stories? Some have turned to geology. Parts of Mali and Ghana sit atop fault lines and mineral-rich soil, including deposits of quartz and iron. Could natural magnetic fields, combined with high heat and unique atmospheric conditions, produce visible energy phenomena? Could some children, perhaps due to rare medical conditions or static discharge, appear to glow or spark? Others point to spiritual traditions. Among the Dogon people, whose astronomical knowledge has long baffled scholars, fire is not just a tool, it is a language. Their cosmology speaks of light beings who came from beyond the visible stars, who taught early humans to shape Earth and speak with flame. Could the Fire Children be seen not as anomalies, but as echoes, brief manifestations of something older? Modern African folklorists have begun revisiting these tales, not as superstition, but as encoded history. In oral traditions, metaphors often carry memory. Fire might represent transformation, or loss, or divine connection. Yet even among scholars, there's quiet admission. Too many stories, too far apart, say the same thing. Children, flame, vanishing. Some locals speak of a place in the Sahel, a dry patch of earth where nothing grows, though no fire has touched it in living memory. At night, the wind there is hot, and sometimes flickers of light dance in the distance without souls. They call it the cradle, believing it where the Fire Children were born, or where they go when they disappear. There are no photographs, no modern sightings that can be verified, and perhaps that's the point. The Fire Children do not belong to the era of documentation. They belong to the quiet world, the world of breath and drum and flickering flame, a world we forgot how to see. In a time when all things must be recorded to be real, their story lingers in smoke and song. Villagers still name children in their honor. Some still leave unlit torches on thresholds during eclipses, in case one of them comes home. It's easy to dismiss such tales. But the deeper mystery is not whether the fire children were real. It is why so many, across such distances, remember them in the same way, not with fear, but with love, as if they were not strangers, but family, as if, for a short moment, the fire did not destroy, it cradled. And then, as always, it let go. Off the rugged western coast of Scotland, where the Atlantic Ocean meets wind-carved cliffs and salt-laced air, lie the lonely Flannan Isles, 7 small islets cloaked in fog and seabird cries. For most of history, they were uninhabited, desolate, the kind of place sailors pass with quiet respect. But in the late 19th century, a lighthouse was built there, a beacon of safety, a place of light. It did not last. On December 26, 1900, a small relief vessel arrived from the Scottish mainland to resupply the Flannan Isles lighthouse. The sea was calm. The air was still. But something was wrong. The lighthouse, normally visible from miles away, was dark. No signal. No movement. As the ship pulled ashore, the crew called out. No response. Only the sound of waves. The door to the lighthouse stood slightly open. Inside, the scene was quiet. Too quiet. A chair lay overturned beside the kitchen table. Plates were still set, untouched. A clock on the wall had stopped, frozen in time. The beds were made. The fire had long gone out. And all 3 keepers, Thomas Marshall, James Duckett, and Donald MacArthur, were gone. No bodies. No messages. No signs of struggle. Just absence. The official investigation found no conclusive evidence of what had occurred. The logbook entries from the days leading up to the disappearance hinted at unease. Marshall had written of severe winds the likes of which I have never seen, though no such storms were reported in the area at the time. Another entry noted that Duckett had grown quiet, and that MacArthur, known to be tough and unshakable, had been weeping. The final entry, dated December 15th, simply read, "Storm ended. Sea calm. God is over all." It was the last anyone heard from them. The theories came quickly. Some suggested a rogue wave had swept the men off the island as they tried to secure supplies. But the location where the wave would need to strike was high, protected by cliffs. Others proposed a fight among the keepers, a sudden act of violence, followed by panic and disappearance. Yet no blood was found. No signs of a struggle. Then came the stranger theories. That the men were taken, not by wave or wind, but by something else. Some spoke of ghost ships, long reported in the area. Others pointed to older legends, that the Isles were cursed, home to ancient stones said to house spirits. That the keepers had broken a rule no one remembered. That they had been claimed. In the years since, the story has grown into maritime legend. Songs have been written, plays performed, films made, but none come closer to truth. Only more retellings, more echoes. The lighthouse was eventually staffed again. Life continued, but the keepers who followed spoke in low voices of a strange feeling on the island, of hearing whispers on the wind, of tools move without touch, of the sense that they were not alone, even when the room was empty. The Flannan Isles remain uninhabited today, the lighthouse automated. It still stands, tall and white against the sea, its beam sweeping across nothing. But it remembers, and so do we. The chairs remain overturned. The clock remains stopped. And the mystery, like the ocean it watches, remains deep and undisturbed. She is always seen from the corner of the eye, a figure in a flowing blue dress, standing quietly near the railings of the Golden Gate Bridge. Sometimes she faces a bay, hair lifted gently by the wind. Sometimes she faces the road, as if waiting. Sometimes she walks alongside late-night passers-by, whispering something just beneath the hum of the fog. She is not always noticed in the moment, but when people turn to look, she is either gone or standing still, watching. They call her the Blue Lady. Her story is woven through decades of whispers, police notes, and half-forgotten case files in the fog-dampened corners of San Francisco. She has been seen for over 80 years, always in the same dress, a pale, sky-colored gown that billows as if moved by an unseen tide. Witnesses describe a woman in her 20s or early 30s, with dark hair and a sadness that seems to cling to her like mist. Most chillingly, several reports note she is barefoot, even in winter. Local legend holds that she is a spirit, not malevolent, but mourning. Some believe she jumped from the bridge in its early days, soon after it opened in 1937. Yet there are no surviving records of such a suicide that match her description. And still, she returns. The first official sighting in archived police logs dates to 1941. A patrolman reported seeing a woman weeping and pacing along the pedestrian path at 2:15 a.m. He approached, but she walked into the fog and was gone. A second officer, arriving minutes later, saw no one, but found a set of wet footprints leading to the railing and then nowhere. Over the decades, her image has surfaced in various ways. A blurry face in the corner of bridge surveillance. A figure in the background of tourist photos. A sudden form caught in a passing car's rearview mirror. When asked later, witnesses often say the same thing. She looked at me, and I felt something. Some report intense sadness. Others, calm. A few say they changed their mind about something, a decision that had brought them to the bridge in the first place. More than once, those who encountered the Blue Lady were later identified as individuals considering suicide. In several instances, they turned around after seeing her, convinced, they said, that someone had warned them. Some remember her words, "Not yet." Others recall nothing, just the sense that someone had touched their shoulder, even though no one was there. Skeptics have tried to rationalize the sightings: low light, suggestion, trick of the fog, emotional vulnerability. And perhaps for some, that is all it is. But the consistency of the Blue Lady's appearance across time, cultures, and generations is difficult to ignore. She always wears the same dress. She is always alone. And she is always seen near the same part of the bridge, the midpoint where the water below churns deepest. One photograph, taken in 1974 by a tourist from Denmark, shows a faint shape standing outside the safety railing, hands clasped in front. When the photographer developed the film weeks later, he remembered no one being there at the time. He kept the photo, not to prove anything, but because, he said, she looked peaceful. Who was she? Theories abound. That she was a fiancée of a sailor lost at sea. That she was a mother searching for a child who drowned in the bay. That she was simply someone who stood there once, long ago, unsure, and was never able to leave. Her name, if she had one, is lost. Her face, if it was ever clearly seen, has blurred into myth. Some believe she's not a ghost, but something else, a memory the bridge itself holds. A kind of empathy etched into steel and concrete by decades of human sorrow. That she appears not as a warning, but as an echo of compassion, the grief that sees grief and offers a quiet hand. Today, the Golden Gate Bridge remains a place of beauty, engineering, and, silently, mourning. Barriers have been added, patrols increased, crisis lines posted. Yet the Blue Lady remains, untouched by these changes. She is not stopped by railings or glass. She moves where the air moves. Every so often, a report still comes in. A lone pedestrian who felt watched. A driver who glimpsed something in the fog. A maintenance worker who heard weeping from the far side of the span. None of it can be verified. None of it can be disproven. She never screams. She never chases. She only watches, mourns, and, perhaps, tries to save. In a city built on hills and hauntings, her presence lingers as softest, like a breath in mist. A dress of blue, a sadness old as a sea. A figure seen only when it matters most, and maybe, just maybe, when someone needs her to be there. In the quiet town of Oakville, Washington, nestled among evergreen trees and mist-covered fields, something fell from the sky that changed everything. It wasn't water. It wasn't hail. It wasn't snow. On August 7th, 1994, the morning began like any other, overcast, humid, calm. But by mid-morning, the rain began, and with it came something strange. Residents stepping outside were met not with droplets, but with a translucent, jello-like substance. It clung to windshields, coated porch steps, and dotted fields. It was sticky, colorless, and unlike anything anyone had seen. The blobs were small, roughly the size of grains of rice, though some clustered together. People wiped them from their cars and hands with puzzled frowns. Some animals licked them curiously. A few locals poked them with sticks. The rain continued for about 15 minutes. Then, people began to get sick. Within hours, several residents reported flu-like symptoms, dizziness, nausea, fatigue, and difficulty breathing. Emergency rooms in the area saw a sudden uptick in cases. Even the town police officers, who had been among the first to report the unusual rainfall, found themselves unwell. Dogs and cats in some homes reportedly fell ill as well, some lethargic, some vomiting, a few eventually dying. The town grew quiet with unease. The jello-like rain returned several times over the next 3 weeks. It always fell gently, almost silently, and never during stormy conditions. Each time, the sickness seemed to spike again. And each time, the blobs would dissolve into nothing within hours, leaving behind only damp marks and unanswered questions. Concerned, residents collected samples and sent them to local authorities. One police officer, David Lacey, delivered a batch to the Department of Health. Early analysis at a nearby lab suggested something startling. The substance contained human white blood cells. Another lab reported finding 2 strains of bacteria, one common to human intestines, the other less understood. But before further testing could be completed, the samples reportedly disappeared. No paper trail. No explanation. To this day, the samples have never resurfaced. Speculation grew quickly in Oakville and beyond. Some residents believed the military was involved. They pointed to nearby training areas and reports of aircraft overhead shortly before the strange rain began. Could this have been biological testing? A misfired experiment? A new kind of crowd control or environmental manipulation? The military denied any connection. Others offered natural explanations. Perhaps jellyfish or algae had been sucked into the atmosphere from the ocean and broken apart in a freak meteorological event, raining down in clumps. But Oakville is inland, miles from the sea. No storms have been reported in the area. And meteorologists confirmed that the atmospheric conditions required for such an occurrence were highly unlikely. Then came the more unusual theories. That the substance was an alien material, not of this earth. That it was an early experiment in synthetic biology, deliberately released to observe reactions. That it was not rain at all, but fallout from a dimension, from the sky, or from some place we do not yet understand. Despite national attention, no agency ever claimed responsibility. No government report was issued. The story faded from mainstream coverage, returning to Oakville as rumor, local lore, and warning. Residents still talk about it. Some remember where they were when the blobs first fell. A woman recalls watching the jelly form on the hood of her car, thinking it looked like fish eggs. A farmer remembers stepping outside and feeling something soft land on his forehead, then smear under his fingers. A nurse at the local clinic remembers a sudden wave of patients, all with similar symptoms and no clear cause. What lingers most, however, is the silence. No follow-up, no explanation. Only the memory of a substance that was not rain, illnesses that had no diagnosis, and samples that were there, and then not. Years later, a local television special revisited the case, re-interviewing many of the original witnesses. The samples they tested again, privately collected by a resident who had stored them in a freezer, revealed unknown proteins. Still, nothing conclusive, just more shadows. The Oakville incident stands as one of those quiet mysteries, too strange to ignore, too unexplained to understand. A glitch in the pattern, a small-town moment that pulls at the threads of what we believe is possible. And like so many mysteries, it came quietly, not with lights or sirens, but with gentle rain, a strange softness from the sky, something that touched the skin and left questions in the blood. There are no monuments for what happened, no plaque, just stories. And somewhere, perhaps in a box tucked away in a storage room or mislabeled in a long-forgotten archive, the last remaining trace of that rain may still exist, waiting, like the mystery itself, to be uncovered again, or to fade completely, as mysteries often do, into the silence they came from. Along the craggy Peruvian coast, where the cliffs dip sharply into the Pacific and ocean winds whistle through dusty palms, there once sat a village with no name on modern maps. It was modest, perhaps 200 people, nestled between salt-stained rocks and windswept fields, too small to warrant mention in census books, too remote to bother with electricity lines. But its story lingers like a footprint in wet earth. It was the morning of January 23rd, 1983, a day no different from the ones before it. The sun rose behind clouds. Fishermen prepared their nets. Children chased each other down narrow, packed dirt lanes. Yet by mid-morning, something shifted. Birds fell silent. The tide pulled farther out than anyone could remember. And in the center of the village, a bell began to ring, not from the church, but from a small bronze chime that hung in the square, long unused. No one had sounded it, but the sound echoed just the same. According to surviving accounts, the village changed almost instantly. Markets closed. Meals were left uneaten. People emerged from their homes and gathered in silence. No one spoke. No arguments. No panic. Just a sense, unspoken and absolute, that they needed to leave. By noon, the entire population had gathered atop a nearby ridge, a jagged rise of rock known locally as La Orilla del Mar, the ear of the sea. They watched, wordless, as the village sat quietly below, its palm-thatched roofs blinking in the afternoon sun. Some say the sea looked different. Some say the air smelled sharp, like rust and ozone. Some say they saw shadows dancing just beneath the waves. At 2:07 p.m., the ocean returned. A sage, dark, thunderous, impossible, rose from the horizon like a breath held too long. It struck the coast with ferocity. Walls crumbled. Boats were hurled into trees. The village vanished in minutes, replaced by a muddy slurry of wood, stone, and foam. But on the ridge, not a single life was lost. There had been no earthquake warning, no tremor, no sirens, no radio broadcasts. Only the silence, the gathering, and the ascent. When aid workers arrived 2 days later, guided by reports of a wiped-out village, they found only debris, and the people on the hill, dry-eyed, tired, waiting. When asked how they knew to flee, none could explain. "We just knew," one man said. It was not fear, it was invitation. One woman told of a dream, shared by several, of a long wave curling over a sleeping village. Another claimed she saw a shadowy figure near the sea that morning, waving. A child drew a picture of the ocean reaching up like a hand. The villagers didn't try to give answers. They simply said it was time to leave, and so they did. No formal name for the village survives. Aid agencies referred to it by the nearby ridge, Roca Alta, but among locals from neighboring regions, it came to be called Pueblo del Silencio, the village of silence. Not because it was quiet, but because it had listened. Geologists later confirmed that a deep-sea landslide, likely caused by shifting tectonic plates along the Nazca Ridge, had generated a localized tsunami, a rare and unpredictable event. It struck a narrow stretch of coastline. Nearby towns remained untouched. Only this village, nestled in its cove, was in its path. And yet, no lives were lost. The story baffled scientists. There was no data, no measurable warning. But it echoed a pattern seen in other parts of the world, in animals who flee moments before earthquakes, in birds who abandon forest hours before storms, and sometimes in people. Anthropologists noted that the villages were known for their oral traditions, stories passed down about listening to the land, about reading the wind. These weren't superstitions. They were lived knowledge, old knowledge, not taught in schools, but whispered from grandmother to grandchild, embedded in songs and small rituals. Perhaps it wasn't just intuition. Perhaps it was memory, the kind passed not in words, but in presence. The body remembers what the mind forgets. And sometimes, entire communities move as one not out of fear, but through resonance. Today, there's no village by the cove. Grass has grown over what remains. A few stone paths still wind through the cliffs. A fragment of ceramic bowl, a rusted hinge, nothing else. Locals still climb La Orilla del Mar from time to time, placing shells on the stone in quiet homage. No one rebuilt, not because they were afraid, but because they had already heard the message, once, clearly, and enough. Some stories end in chaos, some in silence. But this one ends with listening, the kind that comes before thought, before explanation. A knowing that does not need to be understood to be trusted. And on some mornings, if the wind is just right, they say you can still hear the faint sound of a bell. Not from the church, not from the ridge, from the sea, calling, and then gone. In a secluded manor nestled among the wooded hills of Lower Austria, surrounded by lilac trees and curling fog, There once lived a noble woman named Countess Amalia von Thurn. She was known for her wit, her solitude, and the large, silver-framed mirror that hung in a bedchamber, a towering piece passed down for generations, said to have been imported from Venice in the early 1700s. Locals called it the listening glass, though no one knew quite why. Amalia was private, almost reclusive. She hosted few visitors, corresponded with fewer still, and kept to the eastern wing of the estate. Yet her journals, preserved after her death, tell a different story. Not of loneliness, but of conversation. Each entry begins the same way. He spoke again tonight. According to her writings, Amalia claimed that every night after sundown, the mirror would darken at its edges, as if touched by ink. Then, a voice would emerge. Calm, measured, male. It never showed a face. It offered no name. But it knew things about the estate, about her thoughts, about events beyond her windows. At first, she believed it to be a dream. But it continued, night after night, and the warnings it whispered proved true. A roof collapsed a week before it happened. A visitor who intended deception. A fire in a nearby village, described days before it reached the gates. She never asked the voice where it came from. The journal suggests she feared the answer. Over time, her entries grew more conflicted. The voice became less gentle. It questioned her choices. It whispered at hours she hadn't summoned it. It spoke of death she could not prevent, and then asked why she hadn't. Still, she did not cover the mirror. She never moved it. It remained in place, draped only with heavy red curtains during the day. Amalia died in 1889, quietly, in her sleep. The estate passed briefly to a cousin, then fell into vacancy. But the mirror remained, untouched. Decades later, when the house was opened for minor restoration, workmen reported strange sensations near the eastern chamber. Tools went missing. Reflections flickered. One labourer claimed he heard his own name whisper behind him, though he was alone. A historian tasked with cataloguing the furniture spent a night at the estate. He wrote, in a private letter never meant for publication, that he too had heard a voice, in perfect, courtly German, from the mirror. It asked me, he wrote, if I had regrets. The manor was closed again. In the 1930s, during a brief occupation of the estate by a Viennese art society, guests were invited to view its furnishings. The mirror was praised for its craftsmanship, unusually clear, almost luminous, with no signs of silver deterioration. One guest, a poet, reportedly fled the room in tears, claiming the mirror had spoken to her in the voice of her late brother. Others noted a faint humming noise, low and steady, when they stood too close. There is no scientific explanation for a speaking mirror. Glass does not carry sound. Silver does not remember speech. And yet, in this case, the phenomenon has persisted. Modern researchers have attempted to study the mirror using electromagnetic scans, acoustic sensors, and thermal imaging. Nothing unusual was detected. And yet, after each session, one common theme emerged: unease. The researchers did not like being alone in the room. One refused to return altogether. Some have suggested the mirror is a psychological conduit, that in its sheer age and presence, it invites a projection of the self, that what is heard is not a voice, but one's own mind, refracted. Others believe the mirror's origin in Venice holds the key. During the Baroque period, certain artisans were rumored to create listening mirrors, ornate devices intended not just for reflection, but for communion. Whether metaphorical or mystical, none can say. Today, the mirror is sealed in a climate-controlled chamber in a private Austrian collection. It is no longer on display. The last person granted private viewing in 1998, a descendant of Amalia von Thurn, spent exactly 43 minutes alone with the mirror. When asked afterward what he saw or heard, he replied simply, "She's still in there." What lingers most about the mirror is not the impossibility of sound, but the consistency of what is said. Visitors across generations, strangers, scientists, poets, all describe similar messages. Regret, warning, self-reflection, and the sense that something inside the glass is listening just as intently as it speaks. A mirror is meant to show us what is, but sometimes, rarely, it shows us what waits, or what watches, and sometimes it speaks. Deep in the heart of Upper Egypt, where the Nile curves gently around fields of reeds and silent stone, lies the Temple of Seti, one of the oldest and most sacred sites in Abydos. This temple, carved from pale limestone and built with exquisite precision, has drawn archaeologists and pilgrims alike for centuries. Its halls are cool and shadowed, its columns etched with the history of gods and kings. But among the faded hieroglyphs and the scent of dry stone, there is a mystery carved high into the ceiling that refuses to fade. Tucked into a beam above one of the temple doorways, a panel of inscriptions appears at first glance to be just another part of the temple's vast decorative scheme. But upon closer examination, the shapes take on strange forms, what look unmistakably like a modern helicopter, a submarine, and something resembling a jet or futuristic aircraft. The carvings have become known simply as Abydos glyphs, and they have puzzled scholars, skeptics, and seekers for decades. Traditional Egyptologists have proposed that the images are a result of palimpsests, layers of writing and symbols carved over each other as old names were replaced by new ones. The strange shapes, they argue, are simply the result of erosion and overlapping glyphs. But others are not so sure. The clarity of the shapes, their symmetry, their resemblance of machines that would not exist for thousands of years, feels deliberate. Too crisp to dismiss entirely. Too precise to be coincidence. But it is not only the carvings that raise questions. For years, visitors to the Temple of Seti have reported strange lights over the structure during the night. Local guides, long accustomed to retelling the temple's myths, speak in hushed tones of orbs of golden light that rise slowly from behind the stone walls, hovering motionless before blinking away. These are not lights from nearby towns. The desert beyond Abydos is barren and quiet. Nor are they reflections from tourist flashlights or passing vehicles. The sightings occur too high, too far, and often in complete silence. One visiting astronomer described them as low stars that blinked out of existence. Another, an engineer, claimed the light he saw pulse in rhythmic intervals, unlike any known natural or artificial light. Infrared cameras placed near the site recorded nothing unusual, and yet multiple witnesses described the same phenomenon on the same night, hovering lights that shimmer, pause, and vanish. There are older stories too. Temple priests in ancient times considered Abydos one of the holiest places in Egypt, the supposed burial site of Osiris, god of the underworld and rebirth. Rituals here were said to open the doors between worlds. Carvings inside chambers speak of sky boats and beams of life descending from the heavens. Some interpret this as metaphor, the poetic language of religion. Others see it as a record of something more literal. Even the temple's architecture feeds a mystery. Hidden chambers beneath the main halls remain unexplored, too narrow for modern equipment. Ground-penetrating radar has revealed hollows and tunnels that connect to no known entrance. One chamber beneath the carvings was found to be perfectly resonant, a space where certain frequencies hum louder, deeper, as if the stone itself is vibrating in tune. When researchers played ancient hymns recorded from nearby temples inside this space, strange interference appeared in their equipment. Batteries drained without explanation. Audio recorded low-frequency pulses that did not exist in the source. Lights flickered, even in modern LED fixtures. And some reported a sensation, difficult to describe, of pressure behind the eyes, or warmth on the skin, despite the chamber being cold. Could the temple be a kind of ancient machine? A resonant structure? A receiver for something not entirely understood? Some fringe theorists believe the lights are energy manifestations, perhaps connected to electromagnetic patterns in the earth, or to the temple's alignment with certain stars. Others propose more exotic explanations, extraterrestrial contact, lost technology, or portals once used by ancient priests. The Egyptian government, protective of its heritage sites, denies all such claims. The official stance remains one of cautious archaeology. The carvings, they insist, are nothing more than laid hieroglyphs. The lights, if seen at all, are atmospheric illusions. But the locals know what they've seen. One elderly man, who has lived all his life near Abydos, described walking past the temple in his youth during a sandstorm. The wind had stopped abruptly as he reached the main gate. In the sky above, he saw 5 lights, glowing amber, arranged in a perfect line. They hovered for nearly a minute, then blinked away, as though sinking into the stone. He never spoke of it until asked, decades later. It was not frightening, he said. It was familiar, as if they had always been here. In many ways, the mystery of Abydos does not demand belief. The carvings are there, carved deep into sacred stone. The stories are whispered not just by tourists or theorists, but by generations who have lived in the temple's shadow. And the lights? strange and wordless, still rise on some quiet nights, golden, flickering, ephemeral. Not everything can be measured. Not every truth fits a label. In places like Abydos, where time lingers and stone breathes history, we are reminded that the past may still be reaching out, not to reveal, but to remind, that even in the quietest corners of the world, something still watches, still waits, and sometimes still glows. It sits behind thick glass in the sub-level archives of a regional museum in southern France, not on display, not listed in public catalogs, not marked with any name or date. Just a box, a bronze cube, weathered and cold, no larger than a loaf of bread. Its surface is etched with hundreds of tiny, interwoven symbols, not quite hieroglyphic, not runic, not like any known writing system. The cube has no seams, no hinges, no lock. It has never been opened. They call it simply la boîte, the box. According to quiet internal records, it was found in 1911 during the excavation of a collapsed chapel near the Cevennes Mountains. The chapel itself had no known dedication, no surviving records, only partial foundations and fragments of scorched frescoes. At its center, buried in ash and rubble, was a cube, wrapped in blackened cloth, partially fused to stone. Those who recovered it reported headaches, nausea, and strange static-like sounds when they held it. The team logged the find, tagged it for storage, and moved on. But the box refused to be forgotten. Within weeks of its arrival at the museum, strange events began to accumulate. A conservator tasked with cleaning the box slipped on dry tiles and shattered her wrist. A night guard who repeatedly stared at it suffered a sudden heart arrhythmia. A junior curator went missing for 2 days and was later found sleepwalking, barefoot, outside town limits, repeating a string of unfamiliar words that matched some of the cube symbols. Attempts to open the box were discreet, mostly out of curiosity. Tools were applied gently at first, wooden picks, x-rays, sonograms. Nothing revealed its interior. Then came force. A vice clamp slipped, cracking a work table. A laser attempt overloaded and melted a nearby circuit board. Each time someone tried to pry it open, something subtle followed. Illness, accidents, sudden misfortunes that struck only those involved. The museum eventually issued an internal advisory. Do not touch the cube without written approval. Word of the box spread through the underground networks of collectors, linguists, and cryptographers. High-resolution photographs of the inscriptions were circulated, but no pattern emerged. The symbols shifted subtly across each face of the cube, appearing more worn in some areas, more crisp in others. Some resembled stylized insects. Others curved like musical notation. Still others pulsed with visual tricks. What looked like circles became spirals when stared at too long. A linguist from Belgium believed the writing to be phonetic, composed of tonal layers, not just visible symbols, but a kind of visual soundscape. He worked for 7 days straight trying to decode it, speaking to no one, eating little. On the 8th day, he vanished. His notes were found burned in a hotel waste bin. He left no explanation. Others speculated the cube was not a container, but a device, a machine for thought, that the markings were not text, but instructions, or perhaps memories, a compressed history of something not entirely human. Still, it sits unopened. One researcher noted an acoustic anomaly. When placed in a sound-isolated chamber, the cube emits a low, rhythmic pulse. Too deep for human ears, but measurable on sensitive equipment. It is not electrical, not mechanical. The pulse is continuous, even when moved. Some believe it is a form of countdown. Others, a heartbeat. There are older stories, too. A 17th century Jesuit record from the same region describes a blasphemous vessel recovered from a ruined crypt, said to whisper in dreams and cause the deaths of 3 monks who tried to destroy it. The description matches the cube's dimensions and materials. But the record ends abruptly, with the final pages torn out. When museum staff are asked about the box today, most fall silent. A few shrug, calling it folklore, but some glance toward the basement with unease. They speak of lights flickering without cause, of whispers in the sublevels when no one is there, of dreams, not their own, but ones they seem to inherit, as if standing too close to the box transfers something. Despite this, no one has removed it. No collector has purchased it. No exhibition has accepted it. The box remains where it was placed, behind glass, in a chamber rarely visited. Dust gathers on the case. Motion sensors blink softly in the dark. Some say the box should be opened, that it holds something ancient, forgotten, a message, perhaps, for a time like ours. Others insist it must remain closed, that whatever is inside is meant to stay buried. And still, it waits, unaged, unmarked, whispering, perhaps, in ways we are not yet able to hear. Not all locks need keys. Some are sealed not by mechanism, but by intention, not to guard a treasure, but to contain a consequence. In the humid jungles of the Yucatan Peninsula, beneath layers of vine and stone, the legacy of the Mayas still breathes in glyphs carved onto temple walls and buried stele. Their writing system, a complex interplay of pictographs, phonetic syllables, and abstract symbols, has long fascinated linguists, mathematicians, and mystics alike. But in recent years, a quiet discovery by a team of epigraphers and code theorists has begun to suggest something far stranger, that embedded within the elegant spirals and loops of Mayan script may be the echoes of a code, not just metaphorical, but digital. The project began like many others, a collaborative attempt to further catalog lesser-known Mayan inscriptions from mid-tier city ruins. A team of linguists from Mexico, Germany, and Japan worked with high-resolution LiDAR scans and multispectral imaging to uncover hidden markings eroded by time. One researcher, fluent in both classical Mayan and computer logic, began noticing familiar rhythms, repeated patterns in symbol placement that mirrored binary structures, alternating positions, mirrored arrangements, sequences of 2 and 4. It was brushed off at first. Coincidence, noise in the data. But as the team expanded its dataset to include carvings from separate Mayan cities separated by centuries, the pattern remained, not in the spoken words or mythic stories, but hidden inside the space between symbols, like an invisible rhythm behind the poetry. The symbols followed strict, recursive rules, looping back, stacking upon each other in powers of 2, forming what looked uncannily like binary trees. Some glyph clusters resembled modern logic gates. Others formed perfect grids of dots and bars, with spatial relationships that mirrored modern data matrices. And embedded deep within these grids were occasional anomalies, interrupt symbols that broke the sequence like intentional glitches. The team called them chesquido, or snaps. When these patterns were translated into basic binary, assigning dots as ones and bars as zeros, they formed repeating sequences that, when run through simple computing emulators, didn't crash. In fact, they behave like compressed code, not complex enough to run programs, but structured like data packets, like messages. But to whom? And for what? Mayan civilization flourished over 1,000 years ago, long before the idea of digital logic existed. And yet their astronomical calculations were eerily precise. Their calendar systems worked on cycles of 20 and 400, numbers closely aligned with hexadecimal and computational frameworks. They used zero long before most cultures acknowledged it. And now, it seemed, their glyphs might contain a second layer, not just communication, but computation. The deep code, as it came to be called among the researchers, wasn't present in every carving. It was reserved for certain temples, certain tombs, certain thresholds. Always hidden in places where transitions occurred, between chambers, between epochs, between life and death. It seemed to mark places where one world touched another. Skeptics in the academic community dismiss the findings as apophenia, the human tendency to find patterns where none exist. But data analysts brought in to examine the sequences confirmed that the repeating structures were statistically significant. They weren't random. They were designed. One of the lead researchers proposed that the code could represent a kind of ceremonial program, an embedded set of instructions meant to be activated not by machines, but by minds. By ritual, that each glyph cluster wasn't just a word, but a behavioral command. Meditate here, chant this rhythm, align with this star. Others speculated that the Mayans had discovered a natural form of computation, a proto-algorithm hidden in sacred geometry and rhythm, a language that wasn't for speaking, but for becoming. Perhaps most unsettling were the dreams. Several members of the decoding team, after long sessions with the glyphs, began reporting vivid dreams, of light cascading down step pyramids, of golden loops spiraling into darkness, of symbols floating above water, rotating like gears. Some dreamt in languages they did not know, and upon waking, discovered they had written them down. One linguist found that her notes contained glyph forms she had never studied, yet matched unknown variants later confirmed in distant ruins. There were behavioral anomalies too. One researcher began muttering numbers under his breath without realizing it, long strings of binary. Another became obsessed with Fibonacci sequences. A third withdrew from the project entirely, claiming the glyphs knew when they were being watched. To this day, the deep code has not been fully mapped. It remains a mystery inside a mystery, a code within a script designed not for translation, but transformation. The Mayans may not have had computers, but they had a grasp of cycles, recursion, compression, and harmony. They understood time as something non-linear, something to be felt, folded, repeated. And maybe, just maybe, they built their language to echo that rhythm. Whether the deep code is truly computational or simply metaphysical, one thing is certain. It speaks to a kind of intelligence that blurs a boundary between logic and ritual, between data and meaning. Not all codes are meant to be solved. Some are meant to be remembered, and some, perhaps, are waiting to be run again. High in the Pyrenees, where mountain mist clings to pine needles and stone paths vanish into clouds, sits a forgotten chapel at the edge of a forgotten village. Few maps name it. Fewer travelers reach it. It is a small, Romanesque structure, weathered gray stone, a single bell tower, a wooden door bleached by centuries. There is no priest, no regular mass, just silence and the wind. But each April, something happens inside that chapel that defies belief. It begins without warning. No procession, no prayer, no fanfare, just a faint scent of iron in the cool spring air. On the third or fourth day of the month, always in the morning, visitors, if any are present, notice the first signs. Tiny rivulets of red emerging from the eyes of painted saints. Drops pooling at the hem of faded frescoes. And from the wooden crucifix above the altar, 3 streams, slow and steady, trailing down the carved Christ's feet. The chapel bleeds. Word of the phenomenon first reached the outside world in the 1950s, when a hiker stumbled upon the village after getting lost during a snowmelt. The locals were hesitant to speak, not out of fear, but out of reverence. They called it El Llanto del Muro, the weeping of the wall. They said it had happened forever. Always in April, always for 3 days. Never earlier, never later. And they did not touch it. The paintings themselves are ancient, perhaps 12th century. Faded ochre and flaking pigment depict scenes from the Passion, stylized in the solemn lines of medieval Christian art. And yet, when the weeping begins, the red fluid emerges precisely where eyes are painted, from pupils and tear ducts, no matter how faint the original image. The first scientific investigation took place in 1971, after a journalist's article drew attention from religious scholars and skeptics alike. A team of chemists collected samples under controlled conditions. The liquid was not paint, nor was it water-stained red. It contained hemoglobin. DNA analysis was inconclusive in the early decades, but later tests confirmed the strain composition: animal blood, likely bovine, with traces of human enzymes typically found in tears and saliva. No evidence of pipes or mechanisms was found behind the walls. No seams. No entry points. The red fluid emerged from dry, solid stone and aged wood. Attempt to detect pressure changes or hidden chambers failed. The paintings, when studied in the off-season, appeared a note, dusty, cracked, unremarkable. But come April, they wept again. Priests from nearby dioceses were called in over the years. Some blessed the chapel and declared it a miracle. Others condemned it as deception or demonic. Yet none could explain it. And over time, the official church response became silence. The villagers, most of whom are now elderly, with only a handful of families remaining, have grown used to the phenomenon. They do not worship it. They do not fear it. They acknowledge it with the quiet solemnity of those who have lived too long with something strange to still need answers. It is a mountain's way, one woman told a visiting researcher. The land remembers, and once a year, it cries. Some believe the bleeding is a kind of echo, a memory in the stone, replaying itself endlessly, like grief that never dries. Local legend tells of a massacre during the Black Plague, when fleeing nobles forced villagers to shelter them, then slaughtered them for fear of contamination. The chapel was said to be locked from within, filled with the dead. The doors were not open for a year. Others believe the answer lies deeper. A geologist once proposed that mineral deposits beneath the chapel could create chemical reactions with condensation, a plausible hypothesis. But it did not account for the blood, nor for its timing. Why April? Why the eyes? A group of neurotheologians studied the paintings for evidence of pareidolia, the human tendency to see faces and emotion where none exist. They found the art unusually symmetrical, emotionally charged even in its decay. They proposed that the phenomenon could trigger collective hallucination, a kind of group psychogenic event. But their cameras captured the same images, the same flow, the same red tears. In 2008, a thermal imaging drone passed briefly over the chapel. The rest of the village appeared as expected, cool roofs, warm chimneys. But the chapel glowed faintly, even at night. Not hot, not radioactive, just warm, as if something inside was stirring. The blood is collected each year by a designated villager. He does not speak during the task. He uses old glass vessels, wrapped in linen, sealed with wax. No one knows where they are stored. They are not for display. They are not for science. He simply says, they are not ours to test. Some nights, visitors sleep inside the chapel. They report strange dreams, of fire, of chanting in a language that vanishes on waking, of faces behind the walls. One skeptic, a documentarian, spent 3 nights inside with infrared cameras. He left before dawn on the 3rd day, silent, pale, unwilling to speak of what he saw. His footage contained nothing but stillness. To this day, no one knows what causes the weeping of the wall. Some say it is grief made physical. Others believe it is a warning, or an apology, or simply an artifact of something larger, a system of memory etched into the mountain, playing out in pigment and blood. And so the chapel stands. Each April, it weeps again, quietly, faithfully, as if mourning something only it remembers. No crowds gather. No monuments mark the date. Only the stone, the mountain air, and the red that runs down ancient eyes, asking no questions and offering no answers. In the shaded corner of a forgotten cemetery in rural Pennsylvania, surrounded by crumbling headstones and tangled ivy, there's a grave that draws quiet curiosity from those who stumble upon it. The stone is unremarkable in shape, weathered gray, modestly carved, but what it holds has puzzled visitors, historians, and skeptics alike for over a century. The grave belongs to one Elias Northwood, whose date of death is marked as 1870. Beneath his name, in worn but still legible lettering, is a peculiar epitaph, who left too soon and far ahead. But it is not just the words that haunt the mind. Carved into the headstone is an image, a shallow relief of a man seated beneath a tree, wearing clothing unmistakably from the 19th century. In his hand, however, he holds something jarringly out of place, a small, rectangular object held to the side of his face. His gaze is focused, his posture natural. It looks uncannily like someone on a modern phone. Not a book, not a mirror, not a lantern or flask, all of which were examined by early researchers attempting to explain the image. It looks like a smartphone. At first, the carving was dismissed as an anomaly, a trick of erosion. But in the early 2000s, as digital devices became ubiquitous, interest in the headstone surged. Visitors began arriving with cameras, holding their own phones beside the engraving for comparison. The likeness was uncanny. Internet forums and local blogs dubbed it the time traveler's tomb. Historians searched for records on Elias Northwood. A few census entries were found, listing him as a mechanical draftsman and, later, a consultant on engines. Nothing suspicious. No photograph, no journal, no surviving descendants. His name never appeared in newspaper articles of the time. Just a death record, a burial, and the odd monument left behind. The cemetery itself was established in the early 1800s and had long since fallen out of regular use by the 1900s. The section where Elias is buried lies near the tree line, where fog settles early and light falls late. Groundskeepers over the years report unusual occurrences, watches stopping near the headstone, cameras refusing to focus, batteries draining unexpectedly. In 2011, a university archaeology team was granted access to study the stone. They performed 3D scans and material analysis. The headstone style and chisel marks were consistent with others from the late 1800s. The relief was original, not added later. No tool mark suggested tampering. The team concluded, reluctantly, that the carving was authentic to its time, but that only deepened the mystery. What could a man in 1870 have possibly been depicted holding that so closely resembled a device invented over a century later? Was it coincidence, a purely innocent image misunderstood in modern light? Or was it something more? Some theories emerged. One proposed that Elias had a condition called second sight, a folk belief in the ability to perceive glimpses of the future. Others suggested he might have been an inventor who dreamed of a device far beyond his time. A few delve into stranger waters, time travel, reincarnation, dimensional slips. Not as answers, but as questions no longer easy to dismiss. Then came the second anomaly. In 2015, a local librarian researching land records uncovered a journal, misfiled among agricultural inventories. It belonged to a Samuel Whitaker, a surveyor who lived in the same township as Elias Northwood. In one faded passage from 1869, Samuel writes, "Had tea with Mr. Northwood again. He spoke of pictures that moved and voices captured in air. Drew in my ledger device he says will one day make letters vanish. Said it could speak across the world, if wires were made small enough." Taped beside the journal entry was a folded sketch, yellowed with age. The drawing was crude but undeniable, a rectangle with rounded edges, a thumb pressing a side button. Exactly like a smartphone. There was no further mention of Northwood in the journal. Whitaker moved westward the following year, and nothing else from his hand survived. But the sketch was authenticated. The ink, the paper, the handwriting, all matched the period. And so the legend grew. Visitors began to leave offerings at Elias's grave, spare phones, circuit boards, tiny clocks. Some claimed to hear faint ticking sounds near the headstone, though no mechanism is inside. One man said his smartwatch jumped forward by 6 minutes when he knelt beside the grave. A photographer's lens cracked without warning. And then there are the dreams. A handful of people who spent time near the grave, especially those who stayed past sunset, describe remarkably similar visions. They speak of a pale man in 19th century dress, standing silently, holding something glowing in his palm. No words are spoken, but each witness awoke with a phrase in mind. It wasn't my time. No one knows who carved the headstone. No artisan mark was ever found. The style doesn't match any regional stonemason. The image of a device is unique among every other grave in the cemetery. None feature scenes or portraits. It is, in every way, an outlier. The mystery remains unsolved. A man who died too soon. A device from the future. A grave that speaks, not with words, but with symbols far beyond its time. Some believe Elias Northwood was an inventor lost in obscurity. Others whisper he was a traveler, not of space, but of chronology, that he came too early or left too late. Either way, his stone remains, weathered, watching, waiting, a monument not only to the dead, but to the strange loops time may yet hold. Far out in the Pacific, scattered among the blue silence of Micronesia, there lies a ring-shaped atoll so small that it barely appears on most maps. A sliver of land fringed by coral, surrounded by waters that glow green at noon and fall into blackness by night. No native population lives there now, only birds, palms, and the remains of a few ancient stone circles worn smooth by time and tide. Locals from neighboring islands call it simply Te Varara, the echoing one. It is not forbidden, but few go. The fishermen who sail near it often cut their engines in silence, drifting past its shores with eyes averted. Some mark their boats with chalk symbols before passing. Others whisper blessings. All return quickly, because Te Varara does not echo in the usual way. The first modern record of the island's strangeness came in 1954, when a Japanese research vessel documented strange auditory distortions during a tidal study. The lead scientist, a linguist by training, described hearing his own voice repeating back to him, not as an echo, but with different inflection. Slightly slower, almost questioning. The recording equipment failed to capture it, but all 6 crew members heard it too. The incident was logged, then dismissed. In the decades since, stories have filtered in from scattered travelers, sailors, environmentalists, explorers, who spent short periods on the atoll. Their accounts, though varying in detail, share an unsettling theme, voices in the air mimicking not just what was said, but what was thought. A marine biologist in 1979 reported hearing the voice of her late father calling her name from across the sand, though she was lone. A pair of filmmakers in the 1990s recorded audio of wind and waves, and later, during review, found a woman's voice whispering lines from their script that had not yet been spoken aloud. A survivalist who camped overnight claimed that the island spoke his fears back to him, not in hallucination, but out loud, in perfect clarity. The phenomenon has come to be called the thought echo. Unlike traditional echoes, which require sound to bounce off surfaces, these phenomena often occur in open air, far from any reflective structure. They are not delayed repeats, but immediate mimics, sometimes with altered tone or subtle rephrasings that suggest comprehension rather than repetition. Researchers attempting to document the effect have been frustrated by its elusiveness. Standard microphones capture only the normal sounds of the island: waves, birds, wind. But those present report hearing more, a murmuring just beneath the surface of sound. One described it as a mouth with no face. Another said it felt like thinking inside someone else's head. In 2004, a French acoustic engineer spent 3 days on the island with hypersensitive directional microphones. He described hearing his assistant's voice, though she was asleep, speaking his childhood nickname in a language he didn't know. Later, when reviewing the recordings, he found silence, but during playback, he swore he heard the voice again, through the headphones, not on the track. Local Micronesian elders have their own stories. According to oral tradition, the island was once a place of communion, not between people, but between mind and sea. They say it was a listening place, where thoughts could be heard by the ancestors, or by the land itself. Some legends tell of a spirit that mimics to teach, to test, or to warn. Others speak of a lost people who learned to speak without voices, leaving only the island behind as a memory of their gift or case. One theory suggests that the unique shape of the atoll, a narrow horseshoe around a deep, flat lagoon, may amplify or distort sound in rare atmospheric conditions. Others have proposed that underground quartz formations or mineral deposits may create piezoelectric effects, influencing perception. But these explanations fail to account for the core reports, the replay of thoughts, the use of unknown languages, the emotional intelligence of the echoes. Some neurologists have speculated that the island may trigger an unusual state of temporary auditory hallucination due to sensory isolation, similar to the effect of anechoic chambers, where the brain begins to generate false sounds in silence. But the consistency of what is heard, specific names, private thoughts, forgotten memories, complicates this theory. A more recent expedition in 2019 brought together psychologists, audio engineers, and linguists. They established a controlled base camp, set up redundant recording systems, and rotated shift to monitor for suggestibility. After 4 days, several participants reported hearing their own inner dialogue spoken aloud, sometimes in unfamiliar voices. One heard her own thoughts narrated in the voice of a childhood teacher. Another awoke to hear a sentence he had written in a private diary, spoken clearly from the tree line. Again, no recordings capture these events. On the final night, a researcher stood alone on the southern tip of the island and asked aloud, "What are you?" The answer, he claims, came in a voice that sounded like his own, but hollow, slowed, as if pulled from a dream. "I am what is left when no one is looking." He left the project shortly after. The island remains uninhabited. Over time, vegetation continues to grow across the stone circles. The sand shifts with each tide, but the air, they say, is still thick with listening. Travelers speak more softly there. Some wear headphones not to listen, but to block what might speak back. Is it memory echoing? Is it the brain folding inward under isolation? Or is the island truly alive in some way we cannot yet define? Whatever the cause, T. Varara remains one of the world's most haunting acoustic mysteries, a place where sound behaves not like a wave, but like a mirror. And sometimes, that mirror speaks. Above the mountain ranges of southeastern Brazil, in the quiet forests of northern Japan, and across the flat farmlands of Poland, a handful of people, strangers to one another, scattered by language, distance, and culture, reported the same impossible event. A hole opened in the sky. Not a break in the clouds, not a weather anomaly, but a perfect circle, smooth, rimmed with light, hanging motionless in the atmosphere, as if someone had peeled away the dome of the heavens like wallpaper. It lasted only minutes, And then, as silently as it had appeared, it vanished. The first known account dates to 1988 in the Serra da Mantiqueira region of Brazil. A farmer and his wife were walking home at dusk when the sky above their valley began to dim, not from storm clouds, but from absence. A circular void, black and unnaturally clean-edged, hovered above the ridgeline. Inside the circle were stars, but none they recognized. They swore the constellations were unfamiliar, denser, almost too vivid, as if seen through a lens from another part of space. Then, slowly, the circle folded in on itself like the aperture of a camera and was gone. No thunder, no wind, just silence. At the time, no one believed them. But in 1995, a hiker in the forests of Hokkaido, Japan, described an identical event. While photographing a snowy clearing at dawn, he noticed all birds had gone quiet. Then, a circle, perfect and luminous, opened directly overhead. Not black, but a soft bluish void, showing the sky scattered with unfamiliar stars. He described it as colder than the surrounding sky, as though something vast had been peeled back. He reached for his camera, but the battery had died, despite being full moments before. Then, the circle closed. By the early 2000s, more sightings surfaced. A shepherd in the Tatra Mountains of Poland, a long-haul trucker in Argentina, an amateur astronomer in British Columbia. Always the same shape, circular, never oval or jagged. Always showing stars, but never familiar ones. And always brief, no longer than 7 minutes. No more than twice in any given location. The phenomenon was dubbed the sky aperture by fringe researchers. Scientists dismiss it as misinterpretation. Lenticular clouds, ball lightning, even hallucinations. But the descriptions remained eerily consistent across continents and decades, and from people who had never heard of each other. In 2009, a Chilean pilot reported what would become one of the most detailed observations. While flying a small aircraft across the Andes during a routine survey, he noticed his altimeter flicker. Radio cut out. Then, ahead of his plane, he saw a vast dark circle form in the sky, not in front of him, but above, hanging motionless. He said it looked like a wound in the sky, revealing stars that pulsed slightly, bluish and closer than normal. As he veered to photograph it, the plane systems temporarily failed, lights dimming, instruments freezing. Then the circle began to shrink, not closing, but folding in on itself like silk. Within seconds, the sky was normal again. His photographs? Blurry. Washed out. Nothing showed except faint distortion. Speculation spread. Some claimed the event was evidence of gravitational lensing, a rare alignment of cosmic masses bending light. Others believed it was a rip in the fabric of space-time, a glimpse into a parallel sky. A few suggested that the stars seen within the circle were not distant suns, but sensors, eyes watching back. One recurring detail stands out, the silence. Every witness described a profound, almost oppressive stillness during the event. No birdsong, no wind, not even the hum of distant traffic, as if the world was briefly paused or breathless. Several scientists tried to model the phenomena using atmospheric simulations and cosmological lensing software. None matched the reports. The stars in the circle never aligned with known constellations. In some cases, the positions of the lights resemble formations projected to exist billions of years in the future, or long in the past. The Vatican Observatory took private interest after a priest in Croatia submitted a detailed account, including a sketch of the aperture. They never released their findings. In 2016, a research station in Kazakhstan captured partial satellite telemetry showing a strange electromagnetic dip over an uninhabited desert, just before a field researcher claimed to see a burning blue circle appear above. The instruments, again, went silent during the event. Despite the lack of photographic proof, the pattern remains difficult to dismiss. The geometry, timing, and visual experience remain remarkably consistent, even among those unaware of previous reports. And then there are the dreams. Several witnesses, after seeing the aperture, reported vivid dreams for weeks. Dreams of standing on cold stone beneath alien stars, of voices whispering numbers, of reaching upward only to feel nothing but pressure as if pushing against glass. One woman painted what she saw in her dream, a towering structure beneath the strange stars, with no doors, only circles carved into its side. No witness has seen the aperture more than once. It appears, it vanishes, it leaves no physical trace, only memory and questions. What opens? What looks through? And what kind of sky are we truly beneath? Some say it's a natural event, others, a message, a glitch in the veil. But most who've seen it agree on one thing. It didn't feel like we were looking at something. It felt like something was looking back. Within the historic heart of Padua, Italy, where worn cobblestones whisper centuries of thought, stands one of Europe's oldest universities. Founded in 1222, the University of Padua has seen the minds of Galileo, Vesalius, and countless others pass through its stone corridors. Its archives stretch endlessly, its courtyards echo with history, and its architecture bears the quiet confidence of a place built for permanence. But one room, buried in its northern wing, is not spoken of on tours. It has no number, no door, and no record of ever being unsealed. The sealed room of Padua, as it came to be called, was last entered, according to a brittle parchment entry, on the 4th of November, 1643. The record is brief. It notes that anomaly Rightchute, repeated anomalies, had rendered the study inappropriato per Illinois pensiero vano, unfit for human thought. No further explanation. Just a signature from a rector whose name does not appear in any other document. The room was sealed with mortar, its windows bricked over from the outside. No door remains. And yet, it still exists. University blueprints, revised over centuries, always include a strange blank section, rectangular void between lecture halls and archives. Administrators call it dead space. Maintenance crews avoid it. The walls surrounding it are thicker than needed, and always cool to the touch. In 1971, curious after hearing whispered references from a retired archivist, a group of architecture students attempted to chart the sealed space. Using outdated maps, they measured from 3 separate hallways, triangulating what should have been a corner office. But when they tapped the wall, it sounded hollow, unusually deep, like striking the outside of a cistern. They marked it on their maps, labeled it Stanza Perduta, the lost room, and let it drift into local legend. Decades passed. Then, in 2009, during routine inspection for structural integrity, the university approved the use of non-invasive ground-penetrating radar to assess hidden voids beneath older wings. When the scanner passed over the area surrounding the sealed room, the data returned unusual results. At first, the scan showed expected stone foundations and support beams. But inside the void, within what should have been solid, unchanging space, walls appeared to shift. Each pass of the radar revealed different internal angles. No pattern, no symmetry, as if the room were changing shape between measurements. Some readings showed alcoves where there were none before. Others showed internal walls dissolving into curves. Most unsettling, on 3 separate days, the radar captured the shape of what appeared to be a spiral, like a staircase, leading downward. On the 4th day, it was gone. Engineers dismissed it as interference. Equipment fault. Data glitch. But the team returned, recalibrated, repeated the scans. The anomalies persisted. No attempt was made to open the room. The university, protective of its heritage buildings, denied further inquiry. But among the scanned images, preserved in a quiet folder in a dusty office, one slide remains flagged by a technician. It shows what appears to be a table at the center of the void, a rectangular object, slightly reflective, with shapes beside it too blurred to define. A shadow curls nearby, unclear in form. The technician annotated the file, not structural. Whispers resurface in academic circles. A few professors recalled stories passed down of a philosophy student in the 1600s who claimed to hear voices in that room, not ghosts, but ideas, spoken aloud before they were thought. Another spoke of a manuscript left behind, pages that rearranged their text overnight. A final tale tells of a candle that never burned out, left in the center of a desk. It was still alight when the masons sealed the wall. Skeptics say it's all apocryphal. A perfectly ordinary walled-in room, left behind and romanticized. But students still speak of it. They say if you walk past that corner late at night, you might feel pressure in your chest. A strange awareness. Some report hearing soft rustling, like turning pages, just beyond the wall. Others claim their dreams are different after spending time nearby, filled with architecture that curves in impossible ways, or lectures in languages they do not know. One janitor, who worked the night shift for years, refused to clean the adjoining hall. He said the walls sweat cold in summer. He retired without ever stepping foot past the West Corridor again. In 2021, a visiting mathematician requested access to the original blueprints. He had seen the radar images and believed the shifting shapes matched models of hyperbolic space, structures that could exist in theory, but not in Euclidean geometry. When told the room could not be entered, he smiled and replied, "Then maybe that's why it still exists." As of now, the room remains undisturbed. No key, no handle, no public acknowledgement. Yet the floor above it creaks sometimes when no one is walking. The walls hold their cold even in midsummer. And the radar scanners are quietly kept in storage, just in case. No one knows what truly lies inside. A sealed study, a shifting space, a single sentence in a forgotten ledger, unfit for human thought. And still, it waits. High in the thin air of the Peruvian Andes, where mountain shadows stretch long across ancient terraces and the wind carries the scent of stone and time, there's a monolith few tourists ever see. It lies half-buried near the abandoned hilltop settlement of Hatinmaca, worn smooth by centuries of rain and sun, largely ignored by archaeologists focused on grander ruins nearby. But carved into its surface, shallow, deliberate, unmistakable, is a pattern that has puzzled researchers, mathematicians, and mystics alike. A spiral, formed not by continuous line, but by a precise arrangement of dots and angles. Some call it an ornament, others call it a message. But those who studied it more closely now believe it may be something else entirely, a forgotten algorithm. The pattern begins innocuously, a central point surrounded by small indents in a widening circle. But as the dots spiral outward, their positions obey a precise mathematical rule. The spacing between them grows in a ratio almost identical to the golden ratio, 1.618, a mathematical constant that appears in everything from sunflower seeds to galaxies. More curious still, the sequence of angles between the dots corresponds to known logarithmic spirals, the same pattern that governs hurricanes, nautilus shells, and spiral galaxies. No straight edge could produce it. No random hand could align it. Someone carved this with intention. The monolith itself predates Incan stonework. Carbon dating of organic material found in the sediment below it suggests it has stood for at least 2,000 years, possibly much longer. No known culture in that region left written language, let alone mathematical diagrams. And yet, the spiral persists. Silent. Waiting. In the 1970s, a French anthropologist first noted the unusual geometry during a regional survey. He dismissed it as symbolic, perhaps a sun motif or cosmological emblem. It wasn't until the early 2000s, when high-resolution drone photography allowed researchers to map the spiral precisely, that its mathematical properties were uncovered. A doctoral student in Switzerland, running measurements through fractal analysis software, discovered that the placement of each point followed not just a visual symmetry, but a computational logic, one that mirrored algorithms now used in computer modeling. This was not merely aesthetic. It was functional. And yet, what function could such a sequence serve, carved into stone by an unknown hand, long before calculus, long before Fibonacci's text reached Europe? Some theorists suggest it was an ancient attempt to encode knowledge about growth, the way life expands in natural proportion. Others believe it was a tool for navigation, perhaps tied to the stars. The spiral aligns roughly with the rising point of the Southern Cross during solstice centuries ago, and some of its angles match the azimuth of certain nearby mountain peaks. But there's a stranger idea, one harder to dismiss with each discovery, that the spiral was not a map or a symbol, but a program. In modern terms, an algorithm is a step-by-step set of instructions, logical operations that unfold to produce a desired output. The spiral on the monolith behaves similarly. Start at the center, move according to the spacing rule, turn by the designated angle, advance again. It replicates. It self-extends. Some believe it could be used to chart star movements, predict plant growth, or even model social dynamics. Others propose it served as a kind of spiritual computer, a meditative exercise encoded into stone, meant to align the thinker with the rhythms of nature. In 2018, a group of interdisciplinary researchers created a digital simulation of the spiral, coding its rules into a visual algorithm. As the sequence grew, it produced forms eerily similar to known natural phenomena, fern growth, vortex patterns, even heartbeat rhythms. The deeper they pushed the sequence, the more lifelike it seemed, as if the stone spiral wasn't mimicking life, but predicting it. And so the question deepens, who knew this? The Andean cultures before the Incas left no writing, but they built with impossible precision. Their cities aligned to constellations, their irrigation systems rival modern hydrology. Some believe knowledge passed orally, encoded in textiles, or carved in metaphorical art. The spiral may have been a mnemonic, a teaching device that embedded geometry and ritual, but others wonder if it predates even them. There are hints, scattered myths of sky people or whisperers of numbers, stories of those who came before language, who left only patterns. In one Quechua folktale, a woman follows a trail of glowing stones into the mountains and returns with a way to speak to plants without words. Another tale speaks of mountains that hum, teaching farmers how to grow without seed. Legends, yes, but ones that echo oddly with the spiral's design. And what of the surrounding area? Satellite imagery shows other stones nearby, some half-buried, others eroded to near invisibility. A few contain radial patterns, overlapping lines, or shallow notches, perhaps part of a larger network, or fragments of a greater schema. Lidar scans hint at foundations beneath the soil, as if an entire observatory complex once surrounded the monolith, lost now to time and moss. The Peruvian government has declared the site protected, but access remains limited. Only a few expeditions have been allowed in recent years, and funding is scarce. Meanwhile, the spiral sits open to the sky, absorbing each season in silence. But those who stood before it say the effect is hard to describe, that looking into it feels like falling slowly forward, that the mind quiets, that the body remembers something, not as fact, but as feeling. The spiral doesn't speak, but it teaches, not with words, but with rhythm. And perhaps that is what the ancients knew, that understanding is not always built on language. Sometimes it is carved into stone, left to wait for the minds that will one day match its frequency. The algorithm is there, in dots, in angles, in silence, and its meaning, like the golden spiral itself, unfolds infinitely outward, never quite complete, never quite still. In the sun-scorched foothills of the Middle Atlas Mountains, where the land breathes in silence and goats graze over the stones like ghosts of movement, there is a village few maps remember. Time there is measured by sun and shadow, not by clocks. People remember births, deaths, and droughts, not by date, but by season. And one season, the summer of 1966, was marked forever by a single impossible event. A boy floated into the sky. It was just after midday when it happened. The air shimmered with heat. Two brothers, Idris, age 14, and Yusuf, barely 11, were tending goats along a rocky slope outside their home near 8 Bugameres. There was no wind. The sky was a sheet of pale blue, cloudless, still. And then Yusuf began to rise. Not leap, not stumble. Rise. Idris, who later recounted the event through translators and trembling memory, said it began as a trembling in his brother's limbs. Yusuf looked dazed, as if listening to something far away. His body tilted slightly backward, not falling, but lifting. Then, with neither sound nor struggle, his feet left the ground. Idris thought it a trick at first, a strange play or sickness. He called his brother's name. No response. Yusuf's arms fell slack by his sides, his eyes wide, unblinking. Then he rose, slowly, steadily, into the air. 5 meters. 10. A terrified scream cracked from Idris' throat. Others saw it too. A nearby farmer, a grandmother carrying water, a child playing in the dust. All told the same story. A boy, rising silently into the sky, limbs loose, not flailing, but gently rotating, as if suspended on invisible strings. Some said his mouth was open. Others swore he was mouthing something. But no sound came down. At 20 meters, a cloudless gust swept through the village, carrying dust but no scent. The goats scattered. The grandmother fell to her knees. The farmer shouted prayers into the wind. And then, as if some switch had been flipped, Yusuf shot upward. Not soared, not drifted, vanished. No blur, no trail, just absence. Into the open sky, without return. Searchers scoured the hill for days. Military officials arrived and interviewed villagers, collecting inconsistent reports with the same singular spine. The boy floated, rose, then disappeared. There was no aircraft in the area, no storm, no magnetic event logged, and no sign, not a scrap of clothing, not a shoe, not a footprint beyond the rise. He was simply gone. Word spread slowly. In the mountains, stories moved with footsteps, not phones. By the time it reached provincial authorities, it had already begun to warp into folklore. Some believed it, others laughed, but those who lived it did not forget. And Idris, now the only brother left, never changed his version. Not once. Decades later, in the early 2000s, a French journalist retraced the incident, interviewing surviving witnesses. He found four who still recalled it with vivid clarity. Their accounts matched almost word for word. When asked to draw what they saw, each sketched a human figure surrounded by emptiness. No ropes, no light, only the suggestion of vertical motion. Curiously, none described fear in Yusuf's face. Only wonder, or absence, like he was looking at something they could not see. Physicists, when presented with a story, dismiss it as a distortion, heat mirage, seizure, psychological projection. Some call it shared delusion. Others suggest the boy may have fallen into a hidden ravine and been misremembered. But no body was ever found. No predators reported. No vultures circled. The sky, they said, took him. There are echoes of the tale elsewhere. A similar account from Mongolia in the 1940s. A young girl seen rising into a cold morning sky, never found. A report from the Caucasus Mountains of a child lifted upward during a lightning storm. No sound, no flash, just absence. In each, a rural place. A sibling. A clear day. A silent rise. Patterns too strange to ignore. Too incomplete to prove. In Moroccan oral tradition, stories began to form around Yusuf. Some said he had been chosen by sky spirits. Others whispered that he had been taken because he listened too closely to the wind. Elders taught children not to stare too long at the horizon, lest the skies see you back. But for Idris, there was no magic in the loss. Only a brother, warm, living, laughing, and then not. He never spoke publicly again after the journalist's visit. The sky over 8 Bougamez is still quiet. No monuments mark the place where Yusuf last stood. No plaque, no shrine, just a ridge of cracked stone, and goats still grazing as they did that day. But sometimes, when the wind lifts just right and the clouds stretch thin over the mountains, villagers look upward, not in fear, but in memory, as if watching not for a miracle, but for its echo, a vertical memory, a vanishing, a question left floating in the sky. What happens when gravity forgets? When a soul listens too hard, or when the sky, for reasons unknown, simply reaches down and takes? The world never found Yusuf, but perhaps he found something else. Long before script scratched stone or ink soaked into vellum, before alphabets were carved into memory and language ruled the waking world, there may have been another way we spoke, one we've almost forgotten. A shared tongue not of the mouth, but of the mind. A language that spoke in symbols, movement, and vision. A language of dreams. Anthropologists have long noted that early humans, from the cave dwellers of Lascaux to the desert mystics of Australia, seem to describe similar visions. Spirals, animals with glowing eyes, stairways into the earth, trees that bled light. These weren't just stories passed down orally. They were painted on cave walls, carved into bone, and murmured around firelight in states of trance. In the 1930s, a German ethnographer named Otto Lindner spent months living with the San people of the Kalahari. He documented over 400 dreams shared with him by different tribe members. What caught his attention was not the differences, but the astonishing repetition. Certain symbols, a black river with no bank, a long-necked creature with a human eye, and a circle of men without faces, appeared again and again, across generations, across genders, and without prompting. Lindner called it Die Sprechschatten, the language of shadows. Years later, Carl Jung would echo similar thoughts in his work on the collective unconscious, the idea that we inherit not just biology, but memory, a deep structure of shared images embedded in our psyche. Archetypes, he called them: the mother, the shadow, the flood, the tower, the serpent, recurring not just in myths, but in dreams. But what if this wasn't metaphor? What if dreams once truly were language? And what if they still are? In 2001, a sleep lab in Kyoto studied 32 subjects from different cultural backgrounds. Each was asked to record dreams over 60 days. The resulting data revealed recurring motifs far beyond chance. A doorway in the middle of a forest, a feeling of descending stays into water, a set of 7 stones glowing faintly red. These weren't common waking memories. The researchers found no exposure in films, books, or shared conversation. Then came the control group, all participants isolated from external media and placed under sound deprivation during waking hours. Even among them, the patterns held. A linguist on the team proposed that the imagery followed not random structure, but syntactic form, like a grammar made of shape, motion, and transformation. For instance, a dream sequence of falling water could function like a sentence, subject transition resolution. Another subject dreamed of a spiral beast silence, which, under this system, could suggest transformation threat stasis. They called this symbolic syntax, a grammar without words. Of course, mainstream science balked. Dreams, they argued, were just neurological trash, the brain's nightly cleanup. But others, especially those working in cross-cultural mythology, were less certain. Among the Dogon of Mali, elders speak of the night tongue, a language gifted by ancestors in starlit vision. In northern Mongolia, shamans still teach apprentices to walk the vision path, learning a symbolic map that repeats across dreamers. Polynesian navigators once trained in dream imagery, learning stars, tides, and bird behavior through symbolic visions that came in sleep. In parts of the Amazon, ayahuasca rituals are said to awaken the grammar of the ancestors, visions received and interpreted communally through generations. And then there are modern reports, isolated, curious, unexplainable. In 2015, a woman in rural Canada reported a recurring dream of standing on a staircase in space, surrounded by spheres inscribed with markings. The dream meant nothing to her, until she described it online, and found a man in Morocco who'd recorded the same structure, down to the symbols. Neither had ever met. Both described waking with tears. Both had sketchbooks filled with variations. In a 2020 Reddit thread, users began anonymously posting recurring dream images. Many described the same elements: a hall of mirrors, a heavy green door, a creature with no mouth but bright hands. Over 200 responses. Dozens overlapped. No consensus was reached. But the thread was quietly archived by a research group in Copenhagen studying nonverbal communication. Some believe this is all coincidence, but others point to the universality of symbols. The spiral, the well, the flood, the ascent. These aren't just myths. They are memoriforms, echoes of something older than words. So what happened? Perhaps, as language developed in waking life, we began to overwrite the dream code. Logic replaced image. Syntax replaced feeling. The firelit stories faded. The painted caves fell silent. But somewhere, deep within, the code remains. We still dream in metaphor. We still speak the shapes. We just forget them by morning. Some researchers are now experimenting with AI to decode shared dream symbols, feeding descriptions, sketches, and neural scans into pattern models, hoping to unearth a common lexicon. They've already found that certain image sequences, when re-shown during sleep, trigger similar dream states across subjects. It's as if the brain recognizes a pattern, even when the person doesn't. And so we return to the question, what if our ancestors weren't imagining symbols? They were reading them? What if the dreams we now shrug off as nonsense are echoes of an old tongue, one that doesn't need words? And what if, beneath the layers of waking logic, we still carry that language in the dark? Waiting, listening, remembering, not with mind, but with vision, with feeling, with the firelight flicker of something long forgotten. It begins as a feeling, not quite a sound, not quite a movement, a slow, rhythmic pulse deep in the earth. Not enough to rattle a window or shift a stone, but enough that sensitive instruments, and sometimes sensitive people, can feel it. A low-frequency murmur rising from the core of the world. These are not earthquakes, not the shuddering cracks of tectonic plates or the thunder of molten rock. These are something else. Scientists call them non-seismic tremors, pulses with no known cause, no surface origin, and no consistent location. They arrive in perfect stillness. They leave nothing broken, but something changed. The first major anomaly came in November 2018. Across the globe, from Madagascar to Canada, from Chile to New Zealand, seismographs detected a signal. Not a sharp spike, but a slow, rolling wave. It pulsed once every 17 seconds, perfectly spaced. The frequency was too low for humans to hear, but not too low to measure. The source? Somewhere near the island of Mayotte in the Indian Ocean. No earthquake, no explosion, just a perfectly timed global heartbeat. What puzzled researchers was not just the scale, but the structure. Earthquakes send out jagged, unpredictable signals. This one was clean, monotone, mathematical. Some compared it to sonar, as if something deep beneath the crust had sent out a ping. And then it happened again. Not immediately. Weeks. Sometimes months apart. But always similar. Smooth, slow, wide-reaching. Like something pulsing far below the surface. Geologists initially assumed magma movement. Theories arose about underwater volcanoes, pressure chambers, or shifting mantle plumes. But no eruption followed. No lava reached the sea. And the pulses kept returning. Too large for local activity, too regular for coincidence. Then came the human reports. Around the same time as one global pulse, a woman in southern Chile reported waking in the night with a strong sense of pulling downward. A radio technician in Finland claimed he heard a sub-bass hum that he mistook for equipment failure. In Japan, a group of monks noted a change in the ground breath during meditation, days before a tremor was recorded. None of them knew about the seismic data, but their sensations matched the timelines. Researchers began compiling these anecdotes, scattered impressions of heaviness, dreaming of stone, or inexplicable dizziness. Too subjective to be scientific, too consistent to ignore. One geophysicist described it like this: it's as if the planet clears its throat. Not violently, just a long, low reminder that it's awake. The Earth's inner core, a sphere of solid iron larger than the moon, spins beneath us, sheathed in a sea of molten metal. Around it, the mantle churns with heat. Above that, the crust drifts like broken eggshell. In that deep, unreachable heart, conditions are more extreme than on any surface planet we've explored. And yet, something down there pulses. Some theorize these tremors are feedback, pressure wave rebounding between core and mantle, reflecting some unknown process. Others suggest they're the result of core quakes, rare shifts in the inner core itself, distinct from surface activity. But no model fully explains irregularity, the silence, the lack of visible consequence. Then there are those who reach for metaphor. Not science, but symbolism. They say Earth may not be merely a rock with life on it. It may be alive in ways we do not yet understand. Not with thought or emotion, but with process, pattern, and presence. In Aboriginal tradition, the land sings. Each mountain, river, and plain carries a song line, a melody that holds the memory of creation. To walk the land is to listen, to feel its rhythm. In ancient Hindu cosmology, the world rests on a vast, vibrating force called Om, a universal sound that underpins reality. Tibetan monks describe the planet as having a deep chant, accessible only through certain frequencies. Modern mystics speak of Schumann resonance, the Earth's electromagnetic background tone, which some claim affects human mood and consciousness. While most of this remains unproven, one truth persists: the planet hums. And sometimes, it pulses. What might it mean to listen? Not just with instruments or graphs, but with awareness. Could these tremors be signals, not in language, but in presence? Reminders of the vast, living engine beneath our feet? The 2018 pulse lasted 20 minutes. It passed unnoticed by most of humanity. But for those tuned to vibration, geologists, dreamers, monks, and sensors, it was unforgettable. Something deep, slow, and ancient stirred. It has happened again. Quietly. Always quietly. No message. No answer. Just the faintest whisper from the dark. Not for explanation, but for wonder. And perhaps that's enough. High in the Himalayas, far beyond where roads turn to dirt and maps begin to lie, there's a place that seems stitched into the sky itself. The air is thin. The wind moves like thought, silent, fast, and sharp. And for most of the year, it is a village like any other. Smoke rises from clay chimneys. Goats rattle their bells. Children run barefoot over stone. But for 3 days, always the same 3 days, though no calendar can quite agree, something happens that no one can explain. Shadows disappear. Not fade. Not soften. Vanish. It begins without announcement. One morning, a woman steps outside with a basket of grain and notices a figure, though lit by the sun, leaves no mark on the ground. Her feet stand in pure light. A tree rustles, but its leaves cast no dapple. A flag stays, but no shadow flutters. The villagers do not panic. This is their inheritance, their rhythm. They call the days of the unseen. Elders recall their grandmothers speaking of it in the same hushed tones reserved for birth and burial. Children are told stories about the time the sky forgets to look. Travelers, when they stumble upon it, and a few are often left in silent awe or stumbling disbelief. The light on those days is not like any other. It is not overcast. The sun shines clearly, yet the angle of its rays seems wrong, not slanted, not overhead, but as if coming from every direction at once. Even inside the houses, corners lose definition. Edges soften. Faces glow without harshness. Photos do not capture it. Instruments do not detect it. It happens, and then it doesn't. Researchers have visited, of course. In 1999, a small team of atmospheric physicists from Delhi University camped on the mountain's edge, armed with spectrometers, reflectometers, and digital recorders. They set up comparison points, measured light angles, and recorded surface readings for 7 consecutive days. During the 3 central days, their sensors reported no deviation. Light levels remained consistent. The sun's path unchanged. And yet, objects, when placed before a screen, cast no shadow. Video footage showed the same. Cups, poles, hands, all unshaded. The data conflicted with the eye. They published no paper. Locals say one of the scientists stayed behind for months, asking questions in broken Pahari, sketching diagrams, wondering the ridgelines at dawn. Eventually, he left without a word. No one remembers his name. Just that he cried quietly on the final day, sitting in a shaft of shadow that had just returned. Some claim the village sits at a unique point of refraction, where the geometry of mountains, clouds, and altitude conspire to scatter sunlight perfectly. Others argue it's an illusion, a psychological effect induced by high-altitude oxygen deprivation. But none of these explain the precision of it, the repetition, the stillness, nor do they explain the stories. Because for all its subtlety, something else changes during the days of the unseen. Animals grow quiet. Dreams grow vivid. People say they feel watched, but not in fear, in recognition. One woman, now in her 70s, told a passing monk that she sees a dead sister's face each year, not in the air, not in light, but in the feeling that someone is standing beside her, just out of sight. A shepherd said he once followed a goat's trail past a village edge during the second shadowless day. He found a clearing of stone, and in it, a pool of water that reflected the sky with no distortion. But when he reached to touch it, the reflection showed stars. The goat was gone. So was the trail. He never found the clearing again. Another tale, older than memory, tells of a monk who meditated in the village during the days of the unseen and returned to his temple unable to speak. When he finally wrote a message, it said only, "We were never alone." The shadows, it seems, are not merely absences of light. They are presences of something else. And when they vanish, something buried within us stays, some primal memory that once knew how to listen with skin instead of ears, with breath instead of words. After the 3rd day, the world resumes its rules. Branches cast stripes. Bodies regain outline. Light returns to its angles. But for those 3 days, every year, the veil lifts, not dramatically, not with thunder or fire, but gently, as if the world pauses to remember a shape it once held, and forgot. No one in the village tries to understand it anymore. They accept it, lie by it, wait for it, and when the shadows return, no one complains. They only watch the lines reappear, stretching long across earth and face, like ink returning to parchment. Proof that the world is real again. Until next year. In the highlands of Papua, where jungle gives way to jagged cliffs and the air carries the scent of stone and orchids, there is a story told in quiet voices. It is not sung. It is not written. It is remembered, carefully, because to speak it too loudly is to risk waking whatever still stays beneath the roots of it. They say a mountain moved, not crumbled, not fell, moved, 4 kilometers east. In a single night, the elders of a small village near the Balium Valley recall the morning it was first noticed. It had rained heavily the night before, a thick, sleeping rain that dulled the world and flattened the drums of night insects. But when dawn came, the mountain, one of 3 sacred peaks they called the Sisters, was not where it had been. It had always stood west of the village, casting its long shadow across the gardens by mid-afternoon. But that morning, the gardens bathed in full sun. No shadow, no peak in the sky where it had always risen.